Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the ISO, I'd like to welcome you to the Storage Design and Modeling Stakeholder Working Group on the topics of outage management, uplift-end DEB, and mixed fuel and distribution level resources. The revised draft proposal on outage management was posted last week on August 8th. My name is Elena Coppola-Balford, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'll be facilitating the web conference today. This afternoon, Brenda Marquez will be facilitating. And we're also joined by Sergio Duenas-Melendez, Storage Sector Manager and Market Policy Development, Dinesh Dasgupta, Policy Developer, Abdul Muhammad Ali, Manager in Resource Adequacy Operations Engineering, and then we will also be having Kun Zhao, Market Development Analyst Lead, joining us a little bit later today, as well as Bob Cott, who's the Principal in Operations Policy. And just a quick reminder before we get started, these materials are available on the Storage Design and Modeling Initiative page. You can get to that page by going to kaiso.com, navigating to Stakeholder Affairs to the tab at the top, selecting Policy Initiatives, and then you can search for this initiative, and the latest documents will be at the top of that page. And we have just a few housekeeping reminders before we get started that this call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And the meeting is structured to stimulate dialogue and engage different perspectives, but please be professional and respectful as always. And please try and be brief and refrain from repeating what's already been said so we can manage our time efficiently today. We do have a few changes since we've moved over to the newest WebEx platform. The raise hand icon has moved to the bottom of the page instead of being in the panelist section, and we have closed captioning. And if you dialed in outside of WebEx and you're connected only through your phone, you can press *3 to raise your hand to enter the question queue. You can also enter your question in the chat and enter that to all panelists. And please remember to state your name and affiliation before asking your question or making your comment. If you need technical assistance during the meeting, you can send a chat to the event producer. Today's event producer is Silas. Okay, so in this policy initiative stakeholder process, we are here after having posted the revised straw proposal. So this is kind of at different levels based on the topics, but this is our general area where we are in these working groups. Okay, so for today's agenda from here, I'm going to hand it over to Sergio for the overview of the outage management revised straw proposal. We're going to take a little bit of a break after that, and then Dinesh is going to cover the update on co-located following DOT topic, and then Kun will take us through monitoring on PRR 1627 changes, followed by an open discussion, and then we'll take a lunch break at noon, and then come back to Sergio with the overview on bid cost recovery perspectives, followed by an open discussion, and then we have a stakeholder presentation that Dom Trethaway will be presenting from CISA, and then followed by another open discussion and next steps. So here, I'm going to hand it over to you, Sergio.
Excellent. Thank you, Yelena. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for making the time to join today. We have a pretty packed agenda. Just as a reminder, this is the way we've grouped different topics on this initiative. The ones on the little green boxes will be covering or providing an update today. I would say the bigger areas for discussion today will be focused on that revised straw proposal we posted last week. And then in the afternoon, we'll also spend some time discussing some different perspectives that stakeholders have shared regarding uplift, sharing some of the ISO's initial thoughts on that, and hearing from our stakeholder community on their conceptual frameworks as well. So let's dive in. Let's get started with the overview of the revised straw proposal on the outage management topic group. As you're all aware, this revised straw proposal is split in three parts, in three sections. So I will cover the materials relative to each of the sections, and then I'll pause for any sort of clarifying questions or comments. We will, of course, take written comments on this 2 weeks from now. The comment template will be posted later today or tomorrow, and the goal really of this conversation is to provide any clarifications that are needed to enable you to, take this back, work on your comments, give us your feedback and thoughts. So we welcome that dialogue today and moving forward on the comments. So the first piece of the revised STRAW proposal has to do with outage reporting enhancements. As we've been discussing this since the beginning of the initiative, stakeholders and the ISO noted this need to evolve certain aspects of our outage management BPM, as well as the outage management system, OMS. This is because, both of these were really kind of developed and thought of with very different energy system, energy mix in mind. Particularly, they were developed thinking of the needs and characteristics of conventional thermal assets. So what we've seen is that some of the particularities of energy storage resources cannot be fully accurately represented or accommodated in current systems. And as a result, in the STRAW proposal that we posted late March, actually, in that STRAW proposal, we included 3 enhancements that were discussed. A BPM clarification on outage reporting, the addition of storage-related cost descriptions to the outage reporting descriptions and guidance, and the pursuit of an IT project to enhance OMS. This seeks to provide a little bit more specificity on each of those proposals. In the STRAW proposal, we included, I would say, a bit more of a high-level form of language around how to include these clarifications or additions to the outage management BPM. Our goal there was really to establish alignment between the requests and concerns shared by stakeholders through the issue paper and STRAW proposal, so that we could move forward those discussions to a dedicated BPM process. So we didn't fully include in that issue paper and STRAW proposal draft BPM language, thinking we'll move it along to that dedicated process, and we can take those steps there. A lot of the feedback we got, as I'll cover a bit later, was really to continue developing that language, making sure that there's alignment here in this process, so as to ensure we have a smooth BPM process later on. So in the STRAW proposal, we had noted the need to establish reporting requirements for all capability attributes, not just PMAX, reflecting similar requirements for the state of charge, the characteristics or attributes that might impact state of charge. We've also noted in that STRAW proposal the addition of some of the storage-related cost descriptions to the nature of work table, all of this within the same BPM. And perhaps more specifically, in the STRAW proposal, after hearing from several stakeholders about different modifications that they wish to see the ISO pursue in regards to OMS, we kind of focused or zeroed in on 4 of them that are enlisted here. Supporting overlapping outage cards that may adjust different values for a resource availability, Pmin, max and min energy, allowing for non-null values in addition for null values as it relates to ancillary services, basically to allow for the ability of communicating fractional, let's say, unavailability for the purposes of AS, creating a single out-of-service checkbox for NGRs, and allowing for Pmin derates during new resource implementation. Now, I want to be pretty clear that these were not all of the enhancements to OMS that stakeholders suggested or brought forth, but these were the 4 that we were zeroing in on the straw proposal, is something that has changed a bit given the feedback we received since then. So stakeholder feedback on these 3 proposals or 3 elements. The majority of stakeholders were supportive of clearly establishing reporting requirements for availability changes. Some of the stakeholders noted in their comments that they were either ambivalent or would want to see it in both with regards to whether these requirements should be established at the tariff level or the BPM level. As the ISO has stated previously, we believe that this would be a clarification that merits to be included in the BPM level. All stakeholders were supportive of the proposal to add storage-related causes or descriptions to the nature of work table in the outage management BPM. We didn't really receive any material kind of modification recommendations or comments on this piece. And a very significant share of stakeholders urged the ISO to continue discussing and vetting, refining draft language in this venue before moving to a dedicated BPM process. That is really why, in response to that request, we want to socialize the language that we've included in the paper through this meeting here as well and get your verbal and written comments on it. We understand the interest of continuing this discussion in this venue. BPM, the BPM process, the PRR process, it can be a bit more narrow in its focus, and it is worthwhile to ensure alignment here so that we have a very kind of smooth process once we get to that PRR. So we are, listening to your request and including that language here for discussion. And then finally, on the matters related to the OMS modifications, I'd say that the majority of stakeholders were supportive of the 4 OMS enhancements that we highlighted in the issue paper and straw proposal. But some of them urged the ISO to also consider the automatic acceptance of updates to existing outage cards. When we initially had this conversation earlier this year, it was the ISO's understanding that this was an NGR-specific request, and because of that, we thought that that might create some added complexity or difficulty in its implementation. But since then, stakeholders have clarified that to us that this was a request to apply to all resources, not just NGRs, which it does eliminate or at least mitigate some of the complexity that would have come from trying to discern whether an update to an existing outage card is coming from an NGR or not. So in the context of this clarification, the ISO has conducted an initial assessment of the impacts of these modifications to provide some more information on the timeline and lift associated with these changes. Okay, so let's go into the revised straw proposal. I think it would be valuable here because we're going to talk about like 3 elements that I'll talk about this and then I'll pause to see if there's any questions or comments, and then we can do the same for each of the 3 elements under outage reporting enhancements. So the first one is this clarification on the outage reporting requirement for all capability attributes. The language we have today is focused on the PMAX and notes that any change that lasts 15 minutes or longer must be reported to the ISO within 60 minutes of discovery. What we wanted to do here in this section is to add a reference to the minimum output capability as well, and to the maximum continuous energy limit and minimum continuous energy limits. Something we heard in conversation with stakeholders in prior meetings was a desire to include this reference to stored energy, but not be overly prescriptive as to what might be the duration of the assets. And we've done that in this draft language by focusing on a relative value of 5%. Another comment we heard from stakeholders that I want to note has to do with the timing of communication. Some stakeholders underscored that these resources might be under the control of ROCs or remote operation centers, and that should be considered somehow in the language regarding the timing within 60 minutes of discovery. In the paper, we note that this is something that we don't believe merits a revision at this time. We welcome comments on this. I would say that an important thing to note here is that any consideration of kind of a different standard would be that relates to a decision made by the asset as to operate with an ROC. I think would seem as an undue difference in treatment from those resources that did not opt to employ or work with an ROC. And, perhaps moving forward, we can think a bit more about or get more information about their prevalence and how actually we might want to institute kind of some form of communication or something like that. But at this time, we don't think that modifying the language around the timing and discovery is necessary. So this is the language, the draft VPM language that we're putting forth in the revised straw proposal. Changes in availability, reducing the maximum output or minimum output capability by at least 10 megawatts or 5% of the absolute value of the maximum or minimum output values. Absolute value being important given the fact that the minimum values might be negative. Registering master file, whichever is greater, or the maximum continuous energy limit or minimum continuous energy limit of at least 5% of the maximum or minimum continuous energy limits in the master file, lasting 15 minutes or longer, must be reported to the ISO. These reports are due to the ISO within 60 minutes of discovery, required only to include effective time and megawatt availability, with the addition of megawatt hour availability for storage resources. The goal here being overly clear that all capability attributes have that outage reporting requirement. So I will pause here to see if there's any questions or comments in this element, and then I'll move on to the other two elements under this piece.
No questions in the chat and no hands in queue.
Okay, very well. Let's keep going. And of course, if moving forward you have any questions or any thoughts come to mind, we can get to them when we get to kind of like the open discussion portions as well. So let's keep going. So the second element that we were discussing on their outage reporting enhancements has to do with adding storage-related cost descriptions to the nature of work table. The nature of work table basically provides some descriptor and overall guidance on what is the applicable nature of work to use when communicating an outage. Feedback we got from stakeholders is that the current language in that nature of work table is really mostly focused on conventional resources with some language related to VERs, for example, but a lot of the causes that might impact storage resources are not explicitly covered or mentioned in that table. So we've included this sentence. That is the draft language proposal would be to include this sentence to the plant trouble row within the nature of work table of the outage management BPM, section 3.4. The language that is included here reflects the current BPM language. We are aware that there are other modifications to this piece potentially being discussed under other PRRs, but what you're seeing here is an addition to the currently applicable outage management BPM language. The addition reading this category, meaning plant trouble, also covers curtailments related to inverter outages, rack outages, safety management outages, control system failures, electrical component, and transformer failures. These are the cost descriptions indicated by stakeholders and that we've discussed since the issue paper and straw proposal. As I mentioned, we didn't receive any kind of material feedback or objection to this item, so I don't expect it to be overly controversial, but I will note that this language might be a bit different. The non-bold parts might be a bit different given those PRRs under consideration currently. Again, I'll pause here to see if there's any questions, but if not, that's totally fine and we'll move ahead.
Okay, there are no questions currently in queue.
Okay, so let's talk about the OMS changes. So as I mentioned before, we were looking at 4 enhancements to OMS. Now, in addition to that, we were also considering the potential impacts of the automatic acceptance of updates to existing outage cards for all resources. I'd like to note that of this now 5 changes, now the 4 initial ones plus the automatic acceptance, 2 of them have a pretty material impact beyond the NGRs. The first one would be the addition or the to allow for non-null values as they relate to AS. This is something that would have a material impact really on all resources. All resources would be able to get this functionality, but it would also require or have cascading impacts on other applications as well, since now it would allow the market to be able to consider that partial availability for AS. So both that piece and the automatic acceptance piece are really a bit more broad in their scope and impact relative to the other 3 changes. From the feedback we got from stakeholders, it seems that as far as storage operations are concerned, the first element, the allowance of overlapping outage cards that impact different availability characteristics or elements, that would be the most impactful one for day-to-day operations. Now, in the initial impact assessment that we discussed in this slide, we are really looking at all of those 5 modifications. So please bear that in mind when talking about the lift and timing here. What we want to do with offering you kind of this information on the initial impact assessment and the perspective of the ISO timeline and pipeline is to foment more discussion as to, okay, given these circumstances, what of those 5 enhancements might be more pressing, which might offer the most value, so that then we might want to further refine our impact assessment as well. So we've conducted an initial impact assessment to establish the size or lift for this project. This would definitely represent a large project. We're currently evaluating when a project of this magnitude could be implemented, given active projects, committed projects, and other policy projects and initiatives in the planning horizon. The full evaluation of this impacts is not yet complete, but at this time, based on the initial assessment, it does appear that the project could be completed no sooner than spring of 2027. And again, this is thinking about all of these enhancements to OMS. We are definitely also not just thinking about the technology lift that this project might represent, but also thinking about how these modifications could work or impact other efforts that the ISO is currently working on, other policy efforts in particular. This will be of particular importance with initiatives that are considering the creation of different outage categories or modifications to definitions of outage types, as well as reforms to the Resource Adequacy Availability Incentive Mechanism, RAIM. So as we continue to work on this full evaluation, we will ensure, we are committed to ensure alignment with these other processes, and we'll want to make sure that those feed into the analysis we're doing for the impact assessment so that they better inform a potential timeline. In addition, as I mentioned already, just want to really underscore this, your feedback on the importance of pursuing these different enhancements will also help us further refine the timeline or better understand how this might affect the pipeline of work. So we really will welcome your verbal and written feedback on this matter. I will pause here to see if there's any questions. Yeah.
Perfect. We have a couple of hands in queue. We're going to go to Alva and then Michael after that. Alva, go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you. If you keep talking, it will come up to
exactly.
the volume, Alva.
It'll come up. I would like to ask for a little bit more, at least ballpark sorts of detail here. I think you promised in the introduction that there was going to be a little bit more meat here than is available right now. I think the spring of 2027, it would be optimistic for even a small initiative, just because EDAM DAME is going to be going live presumably May 2026. You're going to have IT resources that are going to be used post go live, I would assume, potentially, just because of the fact that there's almost always issues that come up. So, I mean, I was sort of assuming that this effort was almost a quasi-independent group that would be working on OMS, as has been the case in the past, but that even so, because EDAM has implications for OMS, you wouldn't really be starting work until after that. And in that time frame, to be able to get anything done by spring of 2027 would be really a small project, not a large project, especially if there's any important market simulation involved. But so what I'm asking is for more of a sense of how much time do you think these efforts would take? I'm sure you've at least done some ballpark thinking about what's relatively doable in a period of 6 months to a year and what might require more than a year. And I also wanted to ask for a little bit more clarification on where you thought there were risk points with this particular part of the proposal that are impacted by the RA process, because I sort of had looked at this as being really addressing issues that have to be dealt with because of the nature of storage in order to make it feasible for battery operators basically to report outages in the way that's most useful to them in the CAISO. So I didn't see it as very much connected necessarily to RA, so I'd like some more detail on that as well, if possible. Thank you very much. Appreciate this entire effort, and I love where you've gone with all of these materials.
Thank you, Alva. Maybe let's go to Michael, and then I'll answer both in one go. Yeah.
Michael, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, go
we
ahead
can
and
hear you.
introduce yourself.
Great. Yeah, just piggybacking on what Alva
Sorry,
was saying.
Michael, can you go ahead and introduce yourself just for the group with your name and affiliation? Thanks.
Sure. Michael Volpe, Customized Energy Solutions. So yeah, piggybacking on what Alva was saying, you know, are there any low-hanging fruit of the OMS enhancements that can be done in a shorter time frame, you know, without this kind of, you know, full comprehensive implementation? I mean, I'm thinking back to a conversation that some of us had with Jimmy Bashara, saying that the OMS, the checkbox saying that, you know, the unit was out of service, that would kind of go across both the availability tab and the load max tab for both, which would represent both charging and discharging outage. That was kind of an easy fix, easier fix than the other enhancements. And I just wonder if you had gotten feedback from O80, which I guess is the developer of OMS, on ranking the difficulty of implementation of these.
Yes, thank you for that, Michael. Very, very much related, I think, to Alva's question. I think that you know, the assessment we performed is looking at all of these elements as one big project, but we do have some sense of which of these elements might be more impactful than others. I'm going to go back to that slide so that we can look at them easier. Okay, so let's look at this four at the bottom of the slide, and also consider the one of automatically accepting changes to outage cards. So I'd say the first two plus the automatic acceptance of changes to existing outage cards are probably the more complex ones of the five. Not to say that the other two are trivial, but definitely to underscore that the first two plus the automatic acceptance are a bit more involved, as they would require, in the case of the non-null values and the automatic acceptance, they would impact all resources as well as information that the market is consuming. So that it has cascading effects, the ASPs. And in the case of supporting overlapping outage cards, it's really a bit of an architecture change or modification, right? So it seems like those are more involved, more complex. The other two, while still complex, are a bit more limited in their impact, since it is much more specific to NGRs. I definitely hear loud and clear the ask for, I guess, as hearing Alva's question, the ask might be something like, can we get an estimate by sub-bullet? Can we get an estimate by each of these elements rather than one that is looking at the whole package? That is something that we can take in internally and work on. I would also note on, you know, if this is pursued, would it be something that cannot be worked on in parallel to some degree, or would we start work right after the AEM really? I think that different pieces have different ability to be worked in parallel prior to other projects. But that being said, we're still pretty firm on this language around it. This could not be really completed any sooner than spring of 2027, right? And as Alva mentioned, that might be a bit more on the let's say optimistic side. but I hear the ask of getting a bit more specificity here. As I mentioned, our initial assessment focused on kind of this as a whole package, but as we get into better evaluation and we also receive your feedback on now that we know this, if there's and that we've discussed a little bit more about the complexity of the elements, any prioritization feedback would be greatly helpful. We can better inform that. I also wanted to address Albert's question around RA. So it's my understanding that in the RAMPed initiative, the team and stakeholders are discussing there the potential for basically having some other definitions around outage types from planned and forced, I believe, to planned, urgent, and forced. And I'm sorry if I'm misspeaking here, but that's my recollection at this point. And that inclusion or reflecting that would also potentially have an impact on the systems we use. So what we're really trying to define here is we want to be able to be aligned with other efforts so that once we have an implementation package or like a modification enhancement package, we know that it's all cohesive, that it all can work together, and that we might not need to go back and do reworks or roll back some changes to include new ones. So that's really kind of what this is trying to convey. I'll pause here to see if there's other hands or other feedback. I think there's a couple now. Yeah.
And I don't know if Alva or Michael, if there's anything that you wanted to reply there. I think Alva's hand is down. Okay, our next hand is from John Kitchen.
Sorry, I think I messed that up. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and
Awesome.
introduce yourself.
Thanks. Yeah, I had a chance to look over the proposal as well, and I did have some questions about the RAM, because it seems like some of the decisions were made specifically around the RAM, but that does not really apply to EIM entities. So I'm curious about how you're looking at assessing the differences between EIM entities vice the LSCs that are under CAISO, because for example, if you go to outage cards for representing foldback or nonlinearity, I guess that's okay. I think that the outage cards will be challenging in and of themselves, because the outage cards are there to represent like a real-time issue or even like a planned issue in the future, and it'll be a lot harder to represent something like linearity that's going to change instantaneously in real time based on how the resource is dispatched, right? So like some of the problems that I see here is if you go to using outage cards and you don't have automatic acceptance, like that outage card is going to need to be updated on a regular basis, like within every few minutes or so. I haven't like sat and looked at the resources that much, but like as they're discharging or charging, once you get to those upper limits, the foldback, the linearity changes. So it's not like we can just enter one outage card to represent that. It's going to have to be like a continuous change. It's a dynamic change, and the outage, first of all, the outage management system was not really made, or the intention of it was not really to capture things like that. And also, so I think that's one challenge there. And the other challenge that I was mentioning was the RAM doesn't apply to EIM entities. So I'm curious how you see that difference applying to us, because I think in the proposal you guys were mentioning that part of the reason for this was so that if the outage is included, it gets picked up by the RAM, but that doesn't exist for EIM entities, right? So by the time that we enter the outage for a real-time condition, then we've already passed our sufficiency evaluations and stuff. So I'm curious how that differs. But I did see the comment. Sorry, I'm John Kitchen from Portland General Electric.
Thank you, John. So a couple things. First, I would say we'll cover the nonlinearity topic in a couple of slides. We'll get there. We understand its importance, and I want to note that this guidance on, and I will underscore when we get there, but this guidance on using outage cards is supposed to provide a near-term guidance. It's not to say that this is the end state of it. So we appreciate the concern, the difficulties, but this is meant to provide a clarification on how to continue to reflect the impacts today. And we'll cover that on nonlinearity in more detail when we get to that topic, and I'll welcome if you want to ask additional questions, then we can address those then. With regards to this topic on OMS enhancements, the allusion to the RA, the RAMP effort is really because they are considering changes to definitions on outage types and other matters that might also impact OMS. So the only thing that we're trying to note here is, as we in this initiative consider changes to OMS, if other initiatives are also considering changes for OMS, we want to be aligned and we want to make sure that they're consistent and that they will not require any form of rework or undoing work. That's really the focus that we are trying to place here, so as to better inform our timeline and the impact assessment, the lift that might be associated with any of this. It's not to say that this is kind of subordinate or dependent on it. It's really just to abate the risk of duplicative or redundant work, as we've noted here. Now, how this relates to other matters like nonlinearity, we'll discuss in those slides, but thank you for the question.
Yeah, appreciate the answer, but like my quick thought there really quick is if our temporary solution is to use the outage system for nonlinearity, my point here is that that's going to require us to do consistent outage updates, like when we get to the upper or lower bounds of that, right? And so like there's going to, if we don't have automatic acceptance, then we're going to need to have some sort of fast review process. Otherwise, I think at the end of the day, what you're going to end up with is people aren't going to submit outages, because then if I submit an outage for entering a linearity thing,
Yeah.
and then like, let's just say I'm at the bottom and then the market starts charging me and I need to get out of that so I can represent my full capacity, and it doesn't get updated or it doesn't get accepted, then what you're going to end up with is people probably aren't going to really use it very much, right? Because then on the flip side, then you're going to be kind of penalized for not having a way to quickly represent the non-linearity. But thank you.
Yeah, no, I hear you, John. I'd say we'll get to that in the slides, but my general answer would be definitely automatic acceptance of updates to existing outage cards would make this easier. That being said, the storage resources do have a means to manage their state of charge to minimize their exposure to these ranges, and that is through economic bidding and their own management of their state of charge as well, through those bids. So, we understand the challenge and how this might impact our near-term guidance. But we also want to note that there are more, that's not the sole tool to manage entering those ranges or not that is available to resources, as we'll underscore on that section. Let's go with Sam. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, this is Sam Heil at Nextera Analytics. Understand we're going to get into the foldback piece more later. I don't want to muddy the waters too much, but maybe kind of similar to part of John's comment I heard, it just occurred to me that to the extent CAISO does go down this route of requiring, moves forward with these proposed OMS enhancements, reporting requirements, And to the extent those do, in fact, involve reductions in availability due to nonlinearity or foldback, you might consider making foldback one of the explicit examples or types of nature of work in the plant trouble, I believe it is, description. Just because when I read through those proposed red lines in isolation, it kind of seemed maybe like what John was saying. Okay, this is only something you'd use if there's some kind of mechanical failure at the site. But really, it sounds like we're also saying if I have a site that's not overbuilt and if foldback happens dozens of times a day or whatever, I would still be expected to put in these OMS cards. So maybe just making that, like, I think you get it when you read all the proposed revisions together, but maybe putting it also in that red line part of, I think it's 3.4 or whatever, it lists the examples of, mechanical and other outage failures that might require that nature of work. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much for that feedback, Sam. It's funny because I definitely thought about, should we include it already in the language here or not? I didn't want to include it and kind of preempt the conversation we'll have today and in the comments, but I definitely agree that if we do go on that route, that would need to also be reflected in that language. We just didn't include it here so as to not kind of preclude any form of discussion here or in written comments, but I appreciate that, Sam. Okay, I would also note just one thing before we move from this topic, that if a resource is, well, we'll cover it when we get to nonlinearity. So I don't see any other hands at this point. Thanks for the feedback. I think kind of the next steps on this piece will be, on this particular enhancements to OMS piece, will be to see if we can provide some greater detail on it, and also hear from you all and on your feedback to kind of determine if there's subsets of these 5 elements that might be of higher interest. Well, let's go to the second piece, nonlinearity. I definitely expect there'll be a lot of conversation here. So I'll try to pause, not until the end. Maybe I'll do some other breaks for hands. Okay, a bit of background. Nonlinearity is really a characteristic exhibited by lithium-ion battery energy storage systems, which are the most common storage technology within the ISO's footprint. Nonlinearity refers to a reduction in the responsiveness and dispatch capability of the asset that occurs as the battery approaches its SOC limits. This basically implies that as the battery is almost full or almost empty, its Pmax and Pmin are affected, making it so that it's not as able to respond to grid demands as in the remainder of its state of charge range. So for example, you could see a 100 megawatt resource that would only be able to charge or discharge at 50 megawatts in the extremes, with that rate dropping the closer the asset gets to the SOC limits. And I do want to note that, this is not kind of a step function. It's, if we were to graph it, it probably would look more like an asymptote, something like that. But this nonlinearity that we also refer to as foldback through the paper and this presentation is really, it stems from the nature of the batteries. It is not a component that is triggering this to prevent further damage. It's really an internal resistance is increasing, and that basically affects the Pmax, Pmin at the extremes of state of charge. This is a known technological characteristic of the asset, and it's also important to note, as we do in this first bullet, it's prevalent in lithium-ion systems, but perhaps not necessarily in like every single storage technology, right? But these are the most prevalent resources in our system. So During the working group meetings, we discussed different alternatives to reflect nonlinearity, and we heard from stakeholders the need to provide some near-term guidance because of discussions around unforced capacity happening at the ISO and other venues. So we talked about these different 4 alternatives as I've noted here, but really the focus of the straw proposal was to provide some form of near-term guidance in the context of summer operations and ongoing UCAP design conversations. And in that context, the issue paper and straw proposal put forth the argument of, there seems to be broad agreement that some form of outage card could provide a near-term solution. And the near-term guidance was to continue to use the plant trouble nature of work to convey the impacts of nonlinearity through OMS. This position was rooted on the policy precedent that RAIM exemptions are undue for a known technological limitation that can be minimized. And in that paper, we also noted that any impacts of this on UCAP, generic RA, or any other RA-related paradigms or values would be discussed in that respective initiative if and when appropriate. So we got a lot of feedback from this. We got a lot of feedback. I think that overall, there was a consensus that near-term guidance is important, and the majority of stakeholders agreed that using OMS in the near term would be viable and that it would satisfy that need for guidance. The big split, however, was between stakeholders that believed that RAIM exempt nature of work should be used and those that believed it shouldn't. In addition to that, I do want to note that a minority of stakeholders recommended us considering extending the use of the dynamic limits to all non-generator resources. The dynamic limits are a tool available to hybrid resources today, but they're only available to hybrid resources. And this minority of stakeholders argued that it could be used to reflect the impacts of nonlinearity without a lot of challenges related to its abuse. However, these stakeholders, as we'll cover later on, also noted that some important clarifications would still be needed if we were to extend the dynamic limits to all NGRs. Okay, so let's talk first about the folks, the stakeholders that support using the plant trouble nature of work for nonlinearity. I think the arguments that these stakeholders offer are generally consistent with some of the verbiage we included in the straw proposal. Exposure to this kind of penalties may provide some incentive to consider augmentation or other solutions to mitigate the impacts of nonlinearity. Allowing resources to use RAIM exempt nature of work would open that nature of work to potential abuse. And generally, considering precedent, there would be no justification to authorize this form of exemption in this time frame, given the ask for near-term clarification. The stakeholders that support the use of a nature of work that is exempt from RAIM exposure generally offer 5 arguments. The first argument is that fallback is not dissimilar from the dispatch limitations that thermal resources experience, like ramping limitations. On a very related argument, their second one is that during the periods of fallback, the stored energy continues to be available. It is merely available at a different, lower rate. So these 2 arguments are fairly similar, basically noting, this is not different to what other resources experience, and they're not subject to RAIM. When they experience this, they don't even need to communicate like that form of limitation because the market is taking it into account. So if a relatively similar limitation, the does not require an outage card and does not face RAIN exposure, this stakeholders reason that the same should be applicable to fallback. The third argument is that today there's no way for a resource to operate such that it avoids infeasible dispatches at its upper or lower ends. I guess a different way of phrasing this would be that today the market does not have the information or means to ensure that dispatch instructions at those upper or lower ends would not be unfeasible given the impacts of nonlinearity. The last couple of arguments are really much more focused on what an asset would need to do, how it would need to be sized for it to minimize or eliminate the impacts of fallback. These stakeholders argue that this cannot be reasonably addressed by the sizing of the asset because it would not be only trying to meet, for example, the 4-hour requirement, but there's also other assessments that would essentially make it so that the asset needs to be unreasonably large. And particularly the concern they cite is the RAIN assessment methodology that is looking at 17 hours, noting that it would almost require an asset to be built to be able to output for longer than 17 hours. In conjunction to this argument, the stakeholders note that the only way to size a resource to not experience fallback, in addition to unreasonable sizing, would also be to withhold the full stored energy capability of the asset from the ISO by registering master file values that differ from the physical characteristics of the asset. In the slides and where we cover the revised shore proposal, we address each of these arguments. So we'll circle back to these arguments momentarily. I see there's a couple of hands. Let me just go through one more slide and we'll pause for questions. So finally, the stakeholders that favor the extension of the dynamic limit tool underscore, similar to what John brought up from PGE before, they underscore that the use of outage cards could prove difficult or unworkable because of the time frame associated with the outage cards themselves and the lack of automatic acceptance of updates to those outages. That being said, the stakeholders that supported this did note that this alternative would require significant tariff modifications and additional policy discussions because the interplay between dynamic limit use, bit cost recovery, and RAIN is not yet clear for NGRs. This is important because dynamic limits are just used for hybrids today, and the interplay of that with the current storage VCR discussion, as well as with RAIN, of which resources are exempt, hybrid resources are exempt, that would need additional discussion. So because of that, this makes it harder for an extension of the dynamic limit tool to offer near-term relief for the clarification that stakeholders seek. So the next slides cover the revised shore proposal. I'll pause here to see if we can take some of the questions already. If your questions or comments relate to the revised shore proposal, maybe hold them after we go to those slides. Let's kind of focus on this feedback first. Yeah.
Our first hand is from Don. Don, go
Hi,
ahead.
this is Don Trethewey from the California Energy Storage Alliance. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So as I continue to look at this, if we actually had the long-term solution where we could accurately reflect in the market models the foldback issue, and that system operators at CAISO would have the information to ensure that they're feasibly dispatching the storage resources as they reach sort of that upper and lower limits of their state of charge. So we've accurately modeled that. Would we subject them to a penalty in the event that the market that they were operating in that range? We wouldn't, because there's no outage that would fold in or flow into the rain penalty. And so I think the key here is we want to make sure that we give operators the best information about the resource capabilities, and we're using outages as a near-term solution because we can't develop in the same amount of time the long-term solution. But the long-term solution wouldn't result in rain applying. And so it seems a little odd that we would apply it now. And it almost looks like a backdoor way to try to enforce qualifying capacity calculations when that's not what we're trying to do here. What we want to do is to give the best information to operators so that they can manage the system. And I do think it was very interesting listening to Portland General, discuss this, that, they're not subject to rain penalties. So we're going to have some storage resources that are reflecting their true operational characteristics and not being subject to a penalty, and others that are going to be subject to a penalty in the same market, with hopefully the same incentives to give accurate information to the operators so that they can reliably manage the system. So I think we should focus on that in terms of giving operators the best information versus trying to find some way to ensure that we do rain penalties because we disagree that the QC calculation is off. Thanks.
Thank you, Don. I would like to quickly comment on the latter part of your observation around the potential for having different resources being exposed to different penalties or not. That is something that can happen without the WEIM, right? There could be assets within the ISO's BAA that did sell RA and others that didn't, and some of them would be exposed to rain and the others wouldn't. So, that difference in exposure to a potential penalty does not derive from the participation pathway or the technology, but also from the responsibility that those assets took on by selling other products.
So I'll respond to that, yeah. Sergio. The key is we want to incentivize both parties, both storage resources operated by EIM entities and storage resources in California under RA and not under RA, to provide accurate information so that actually the best information they can, because we know, as we've already talked about, there are limitations to using outages in this near-term phase, to enable the system operators to reliably manage the grid. So we want to, that's what we're trying to get at. We're trying to get everybody to give the best information and update this, the capabilities as soon as possible.
Yeah, I do not disagree with that goal for a more durable solution. Thank you for the comment. Alba?
Yes, thank you. By the way, I'm from PG&E. I forgot to mention that earlier. Alva Svoboda. I had a comment in a different direction. Well, I agree with what Donna said, and basically, I appreciate your presenting the position of the stakeholders before you go into the CAISO's detailed response. I think one of the thoughts that I had looking at your response was that essentially sort of encouraging that really an accurate representation. So basically, the reason this is important within California is because presumably there are a bunch of batteries who really don't have 4 hours of energy at full capacity. In practical terms, they don't have that. They're limited because of foldback, and because the resource was sized based on what was what was assumed to be the requirements for design to fit that requirement. Now, in the slice of day RA framework, batteries are put in as energy. And so that part of the argument of the stakeholders, I think you have to concede that the energy in terms of an RA showing is the relevant quantity. The PMAX is just a maximum in terms of what can be put in to the RA plan, but it isn't a requirement that it be put in that way into the RA plan. If you have energy to spare, you can put it in at any level into the RA plan, as I understand it, the slice of day. And I welcome corrections, but it occurs to me that the simplest solution to this would be for the CAISO to use a different duration within its systems as a requirement for operating at maximum. Because the effect of having the 4-hour requirement binding is that you are suggesting that people, provide less than their PMAX as capacity to the capacity in the system. And essentially, either the result of that is either that you're not going to have access to capacity that you would easily have access to, or that you're going to essentially have an over provision of capacity from batteries that you have access to for free. Neither of those in my mind, is a good result. And if you were simply to change the duration required of a battery at maximum to a level that is reasonable based on the information you've got about foldback, which appears to be something like 20% of the energy. Maybe it's less or more, but whatever that is, subtract that from the required duration and say that's going to be where where the penalties come into play, would be a much simpler solution than a lot of what's being considered here. Just wanted to raise that idea with you.
I have some clarifying questions, Alba, if I may. I think what you would be suggesting in a way is that there is an additional master file field, let's say, where we are including duration that can be met in a given time frame. Let's say, tell us the megawatt hours that you can inject in 4 hours. Am I understanding you correctly? I'm just trying to clarify.
You're right that you still need. I don't know if the master file has to contain that, but I think probably it does. You need to have two values. One is the actual energy that is available from the battery, because that is the PUC's RA definition, and you need to have a duration, which could be defined in terms of energy as well. But it's effectively, it's really a duration at maximum. Yeah. That's basically what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
With a minimum level
that
CAISO would institute and I'm assuming it might have the rights to do that, but I'm not saying necessarily it does. Obviously, there's a lot of changes that would have to be proposed there, but that you could define a lower maximum duration that pertains in practical terms to what we're calling 4-hour batteries, because it seems to be a very prevalent, inaccuracy, if you will, of the original design of the concept.
Understood, and thank you for that idea. I think that would also greatly help. Well, maybe not just us, but also any other entity that looks towards our information to inform their qualifying capacity calculations or whatnot. So we'll think about that, and we'll hope to see that in your comments as well. Thank you.
Sure.
Let's go with John.
Yeah, John Kitchen, PGE again. Yeah, I just wanted to double up on that comment. So we provided a recommendation before where basically, for one thing, if you step back and just say that we should only operate in the region where we don't have linearity, I was roughly estimating like an additional 15% build, but I know that they just stated possibly 20, right? So like, if we can't use that region, that's a significant cost to utilities that we're incurring that we then can't get benefit of, right? So we would like to be able to try to maximize that. And so, yeah, I agree. We had something where we could say at this percent state of charge, like in the low level, is where you start getting that non-linearity. And even if you could have a curve that said, hey, at this percentage state of charge, this is what our output is going to be, right? Like a percentage of what's online on both the upper and lower ends. That's kind of what we were proposing and hoping for.
Yes, I think that proposal is in line with some of the thinking around the longer term solution for sure, John. I would want to note that nothing here is trying to urge parties, anyone really, to only operate in the areas where they don't experience foldback. That is not the goal here, I would say. The goal here is we need to ensure that the resources are shown, in the case of RA, that I know it's not applicable to PG, but that's why we're kind of focusing here on that. But we want to ensure that the resources that are shown for RA are shown to the level that they can perform for 4 hours or more. That does not mean that the market will not, see the remainder of the resource, like that will still be on the master file. It's just we want to make sure that they're shown to what they can do in those 4 hours, because if they do that with any nature of work, they will not be exposed to rain, regardless of the nature of work that is used. They will not be exposed to rain, as we'll cover shortly. So I just wanted to clarify that, because we are definitely not trying to suggest that there should be a built-up capacity that then is withheld from the market. That is not our goal. We want to have the information of the actual physical characteristics of the assets in the master file, so that we know everything that is there, and that we know, what can be accessed. Now, that being said, we understand that some of that might be accessed at a different rate. So how do we get that to be conveyed in the near term? Through outage cards. Will that affect through outage cards, because that conveys how the availability of the resource is affected, but that still allows the ISO and the resource to participate to the degree that they are available, and to get awards and be dispatched, right? Yeah, hopefully that clarifies your first point, John. I definitely agree with your second point on kind of incorporating more information will allow us to kind of have some form of the market will know this information, and it will ensure that its instructions are in line with that assumed degradation curve at a given SOC.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Our next hand is from Renee. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Renee Steichen from Rev Renewables. Just to jump on, I guess, what you had just responded with, Sergio, I hear you that you're not trying to, essentially to John Kitchen's point, to require overbuilding or not operating in your foldback range. But I think by having an outage card that is subject to RAIM exposure, that is essentially what is happening here. And I think if we could divorce this, divorce the discussion from RA and just focus on, like, if you have an outage card that is not subject to RAIM automatically, and move that discussion over to the RA initiative, then that could help relieve a lot of issues with this current proposal. And I know you're about to get into the proposal, so, I want to try to let you get into that, but I just wanted to respond to there that, to that, back and forth there, that if we just kind of set aside the RAIM exposure, we can debate that in an RA setting, that it could help a lot with this initiative. Thanks.
Thank you, Renee. I guess my quick response would be, the RAIM exposure is only present if there is a difference between the value shown, which is fully in the resources control, and the ability of the resource to meet that shown value. So I guess what I'm trying to say with that answer is I do not agree with the notion that any form of RAIM exposure effectively means that the resources cannot operate in that range or will need to, quote unquote, overbuild. If the resource is right-sized to the NQC that is shown, the exposure is irrelevant regardless of the nature of work use. So all of that is to say that the reasoning that we might be wanting to, by this guidance, limit what we can do or get from storage resources, I don't think is quite accurate. And I hear you on the potential, value of separating or divorcing these two discussions. I understand that maybe from a procedural perspective that would ease some conversations, but storage resources have grown dramatically. The vast majority of them in our territory, are RA resources too. So we do want to make sure that our discussions are considering that, both here and in other venues. But thank you. And if you have other questions or feedback when we get to the proposal slides, we'll be happy to address those as well. Alva, I think that's a new hand.
Yeah, I had wanted to comment on John's what he was saying, which I was trying to parse, and I'm not sure if I got it right, but I think a proposal was raised, which I don't know if you did address in these comments. I think it was by Edison originally, that the foldback values would be in the master file. And I think there's value in your considering that also as a midpoint between the full change of the market model and this very complex outage submission process. I mean, what I kind of heard him alluding to, and I may be wrong, is if you have a level of state of charge where you are going to be constrained, that is effectively becomes an automatic change in the capacity that would be seen by CAISO, by the operators, if the unit is in that range. And so there would not be a need to submit the outage cards, and that would vastly simplify the process just in practical terms of dealing with this. So I was interested in whether he was alluding to that, but I think it's still an idea that's worth adding into the stack of your concepts.
Yeah, thank you for that, Alva. I agree. I would say that idea, I tried to reflect it here with some economy of words as use of dedicated master file fields. No? So in my mind, we would have a field that says, this is the state of charge percentage at which the nonlinearity kicks in.
Right.
And then starting that point, then we would have another field that tells you for every change in megawatt hour or whatever rate of change we need, whatever kind of granularity we need, for every change in that, this is the impact to the PMAX or to the PMIN. Now, including that in the master file is one part of the lift, but really perhaps the more complex part of the lift is making sure that the market consumes that and limits instructions based on that information. And the next phase of that would be when you get to that range, what constitutes meeting your most offer? That you offered your full amount that you could meet in that range, or that you offered the full amount and then the range kind of looks at, okay, you're in this SSC, so you really can't go to PMAX, you can go to a fraction of that, but you offered, so we can scale your curve in that way, or you should submit your bids exactly in that way. I think there's more discussion beyond including it in the master file, I guess. But yeah, I definitely do agree that that's like a step up from a very complex near-term outage card solution yet.
Right, and I wouldn't think of like changing the bids. You'd still offer the full range because as John was pointing out, you're going in and out of these kinds of states. And I was thinking of it as right now the market is not working perfectly, obviously, because you're potentially have instructions that access what's not accessible, and an outage card has to be put in because of that. So is it possible, and this may be too much of a paradigm shift, but to essentially treat these values as something that the operators see, even though the market will still yield solutions that are inaccurate. It's really more about just a way of enabling real time to see this more quickly and not, in real time
Gotcha.
to get realistic. There's deviations. The battery might be subject to the deviations or whatever, but in real time you'd have a more valid scheduling process because of this, not so much in the market. That was my thought.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Alva. I think I saw another hand, but I don't see it anymore. So I'll give it 10 more seconds to see if there's any others. Okay, Callie?
Callie, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay,
we can now.
Thanks. And I just had a question, and I'm not sure if maybe you already touched on it and I just missed it, but I think in some of our comments we submitted about which outage card would be appropriate. We had kind of suggested that the CAISO, they have an existing outage card already that I think really captures what I just heard the discussion. And really that is the long-term solution is enhancing the market model, getting it new information in master file so that the actual market model can consume it and consider those characteristics when dispatching the resource. So it's a modeling limitation. I think everyone agrees that the long-term solution is to get that into the model. So I guess in our comments, and I wasn't sure if the CAISO had responded to this directly, is why wouldn't the outage card that is, I forget the exact term, but it's
technical limitation, not in market model. Yeah.
Yes. So that, right, the technical limitation, not in market model, in my mind, accurately captures what we're discussing here. So I'm curious what the CAISO thinks in terms of why that would not be the appropriate outage card, especially if we all agree that the long-term solution is getting this technical limitation into the market model.
That outage card provides a blanket exemption from RAIN. That is an explicit part of the ask of other stakeholders as to why to use that outage card. The fact that it is fully exempt from RAIN. Even if a future modification to the market model might mitigate or resolve these challenges, the interplay with the RA construct is still material, regardless. So we do address that when in every slide before that I was referring to, the stakeholders that favor the use of a RAIN exempt card argue, and then their arguments, that's the card that they're generally referring to. And the fact that it is something not in the market model is not sufficient reason from our perspective to provide a blanket exemption for RAIN. And I'll pause here to see if anyone from the team would like to chime in. I would also note, even if we include this in the market model in the future, that will not eliminate any potential exposure to RAIN as long as those resources sold RA and behave in a manner that exposes them to RAIN, even if it's included in the market model, right? So I think that part of the discussion is that the naming, the nomenclature of the nature of work is not sufficient for us to want to approve of its use. I'll pause here to see if anyone else from the ISO has something to chime in here.
Yeah, while we wait for those, can I have a quick follow-up question on that one? So you're saying once the modeling once the model can accurately reflect these technical limitations, there's going to be some changes to the RAIM rules.
No.
Can I chime in a
The
little bit here
RAIM
really quick?
Yeah.
Sorry. Just really quick, Callie. I think this is Abdul from the CAISO. I think the concept is whatever RA, I think Sergio mentioned that a few times, whatever RA capacity the generators commit to the CAISO for the operations of the grid, the CAISO expects those generators to fulfill the obligation, the RA obligation of delivering that capacity. That's the concept, and that's why we think a RAIM exemption is not appropriate in this case. And we're not looking, I don't know, even the long-term solution might not provide an exemption from RAIM, or the exposure to RAIM might still exist. So the key concept is show us the RA capacity that you can deliver, which is within, we believe it is within the generator's control. And if you do so, this entire discussion is not relevant. What will always be relevant to RA resources and non-RA resources is the accurate reflection of their availability. A short-term, maybe not the best solution, but it is the short-term solution we have is using outage cards. That would apply to everyone. The RAIM penalties would only apply to resources that committed RA capacity to the CAISO. So that's the difference, and that's the kind of the thought process. So it's not about market limitation and future enhancements of the market. It's more of this is RA capacity committed to the CAISO, and the generator has to be able to provide it.
Yeah, okay, so I get what you're saying. I think, though, in terms of when you get the modeling accurate and reflect these characteristics in the market model, there would have to be some additional policy discussions to expose to apply RAIM. If you're thinking of, then you would have to restrict their bids into the market. I guess I don't fully follow that line of thinking, and especially if this is a short-term solution. I just exposing resources to RAIM for a short-term solution with this idea that it's going to incentivize overbuilding, which honestly will probably take longer than what this short-term solution will be implemented for. I think it's just adding additional friction to the market unnecessarily. But I appreciate your guys, having this discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, just to chime in there quickly, Callie. I would say this proposal does not expose resources to RAIM. This proposal continues the practice of communicating this using an outage card that can result in RAIM exposure. So we're not creating RAIM exposure with this. We're continuing the guidance. No, so that's one.
Well,
The
you're
second
making
one
the
is-
choice.
yeah,
You're making
but-
the choice to expose them to RAIM by saying they have to use this outage card instead of the other one that I think is more applicable to this situation.
We're telling them that that's the continued guidance, what is already the guidance. Continue doing that. So that's one part. The second part I would say is you mentioned that this exposure would not drive any augmentation given the timing. And some stakeholders in their comments also mentioned given the magnitude of the potential penalties that it would be difficult for it to drive any augmentation of resources. We understand that tension. If that's the case, they can revise their shown RA value. That is within their ability, and that does not require or impact supply chains or building times, et cetera. So I just wanted to note that. We have a couple more hands. We're kind of behind on time. Yeah.
Before we move, Callie, can you please introduce yourself and your affiliation?
Oh yeah,
And
sorry.
just a
I thought I did
reminder
it.
to everyone.
Yeah, sorry. I thought I did it at the beginning, but maybe my audio was out. Callie Wells with WPTF. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that happens sometimes. It must have been right after that. All right, so we're gonna take these two hands, and then we're gonna move forward. We're gonna go to Don and then Raul. Don, go ahead.
Don Trethway, CISA. So first, the key is, again, using RAIN to evaluate the accuracy of the QC calculation, I think we're getting wrapped around the axle and missing the bigger picture here. There could be a situation where I actually overbuild, exactly what you claim people are going to be incentivized to do. Just the way that I'm dispatched and my SOC is outside of the assessment hour windows. I come into the assessment hour windows of RAIN. Now I get into the foldback area, but I've got 4 hours worth of storage. And now you're going to basically ding me for RAIN. Even though I've completely, from CAISO's perspective, where they're going to enforce QC calculations by the CPUC, I've completely met that obligation. So again, I think you're trying to use RAIN for something it wasn't designed to do. And what we're trying to do here is to recognize that the market model does not currently reflect the foldback issue. And to the extent that the quickest way to actually provide additional information to the operators is to use outage cards, because that's all we can do on a near-term basis, then I don't know why we would try to double down and go after RAIN in this instance. Let's have a discussion in RA about how the QCs are calculated and communicated to the CAISO. And we'll put in comments how RAIN doesn't work, even if you oversize.
Thank you for the comment, Don. The discussion on kind of the arguments around how a resource can manage its state of charge for it to not be exposed to RAIN, even with the correct RA shown value, is included in the subsequent slides. So we'll cover that. Rahul?
Rahul, go ahead.
Can you hear me? So this is Rahul Kalaskar with AES. I'm trying to understand, various points, but I think the discussion has moved ahead, Sergio. So I want to maybe hold back my hand, but I'll just put the question and then ask you to address when you reach that slide. I'm still not convinced about CAISO's position that it's treating storage and thermal assets on equal footing, because I'm trying to understand how do you compare the treatment of MSG and forbidden operating regions, and even, for example, hydros with daily energy limits. If you look at these 3 constrained assets and the way CAISO treats them, it's very different from what CAISO's continued guidance for storage. So I really want to discuss this deeper, but I would like you to get to that slide. So whenever you get to that slide, I'll come back, just teeing off my question. And the other point is the way it appears to me that CAISO has made its decision of where it's going to go on this non-linearity discussion. So it would be really good for us to know what feedback you are looking for when we provide written comments, because I would like to avoid making the same comments over and over, where if CAISO has made its decision, and if CAISO has made its decision and this specific aspect has to go in front of FERC, for further deliberation, it makes sense. But it would be good to get those 2 things clear. I'll stop here and then come back when you go to your slides.
Yes, thank you, Rahul. I'll address both of them in the upcoming slides, so we can. I'll directly reference your question when we get there. But thank you. Okay, we're a bit behind on time, so I think the best thing to do will be I'll get through the remainder of the slides on nonlinearity and then pause for questions. So please bear with me as I get to this material. Okay, so what's our revised straw proposal? we maintain the position of the straw proposal favoring the continued use of the plant trouble nature of work to reflect the impacts of nonlinearity. This is due to two key arguments or pieces of information. The first one is the one we already had in the straw proposal, that policy principle of using a RAIM exempt nature of work is undue for a known technological limitation that can be minimized or mitigated. The second piece, which we introduce in this revised straw proposal, is really the language related to the qualifying capacity of storage resources, which very explicitly states in plain terms that the QC of a storage asset is based on the output level in megawatts that the resource is able to discharge for 4 or more uninterrupted hours. So that language, very, very plain language, very clear, I think coming from a 2014 decision, that language demonstrates that the QC cannot be greater than the output level in megawatts that the resource can discharge for at least 4 hours. If this is the case, if that a right-sized resource then would be one that is developed with the ability to discharge that QC for 4 or more hours without fallback in feeding that discharge. If a resource cannot do this, if for any reason we don't really weigh in on the paper or here as to why, but if for any reason a resource cannot do this, then that resource should consider revising the value for which it is shown for RA, and that is within the resource's ability. A resource that is right-sized and that has an accurate shown RA value would not be exposed to RAIM penalties regardless of the nature of work used. And we'll explain how that happens in a simplified example in the next slide. So consider these two resources. Resource A is a 100 megawatt hour resource with a Pmax of 25. For a myriad of circumstances, this resource is shown for 25 megawatts of RA. Let's assume that under continuous discharge, that resource can be dispatched at its Pmax for 3 hours, but in the fourth hour, it experiences fallback, and that reduces its Pmax by 5 megawatts. So that would require the submission of an outage card. At the end of the month, when we're doing all the settlements, verification of all this, we would catch that difference between the shown RA value and the OMS value, and that would result in RAIM exposure, which may or may not result in RAIM penalties. Now, let's imagine a neighboring resource, a different resource, resource B. This resource has a bit more energy in the tank, 125 megawatt hours. Its Pmax is a bit higher, 31.25 megawatts. But this resource was also shown for 25 megawatts of RA because that resource knows that that's the output level it can sustain for at least 4 hours. So under continuous discharge, this resource is discharged at Pmax for 3 hours. In the fourth hour, it will experience fallback. Let's assume that that reduces the Pmax by 6.25. That will require the submission of an outage card, again, using the planned trouble nature of work. So here, at the end of the month, we're going to find that there's no difference between the shown RA value and that OMS value, therefore resulting in no RAIM exposure. Now, I want to be very clear that this example, we are aware that this is a simplified example because of two reasons. First, storage resources are seldom dispatched for 4 continuous hours, just like in one go, and then they do nothing. Like, that's not really how they participate. We understand that. And we also understand that there's a 24/7 must offer, right, that must be met. So in that context, please consider this example as it relates to the shown RA value, but also consider that the storage resource does have a means to manage its state of charge through economic bidding. And that can also ensure meeting that must offer and minimizing its exposure to these fallback ranges. It has been very clear that the policy of the ISO is to, foment, incent resources to manage their state of charge through economic bidding, and we want to eliminate any barriers or disincentives to doing that appropriately, for example, with our VCR conversations that we'll have later on. So while this is a simplification, resources do have a means to both have a correct shown RA value and to offer in a manner that will minimize their exposure to this and that will allow them to meet their must offer with feasible bids. Okay, so now I want to talk about the arguments that proponents of the use of a RAIM exempt outage card put forth and the ISO's response or perspective to those arguments. So the first couple of arguments that we talked about focused on the idea that this is not dissimilar from what a conventional resource might experience, and that the availability of the resource, the availability of the stored energy, it's still there, just at a lower rate. To this, we believe that the key difference here is that it only is material when the resource is foldback limited, as it impedes its ability to comply with that QC definition or its must offer. So there is a difference between a conventional resource and a storage resource. A conventional resource is not being judged or measured by its output in a given time frame. A storage resource is by the QC definition. So that is a clear difference. Now, the impact of those limitations with regards to RAIM, they are only material if those limitations impede their ability to meet that must offer as noted above. So there is a difference, but it's only material if it impedes its ability to meet that definition and must offer. The second argument was that the markets currently do not have the information or logic needed to reflect the impacts of SOC on Pmax and Pmin, and thus there's no way to kind of avoid this infeasible dispatch instruction. While we recognize that we do not have the information or logic needed to reflect those impacts of SOC on Pmax or Pmin, the proper communication of these impacts by resources when they are about to enter or have entered that range can minimize the likelihood of infeasible dispatch instructions. So that's why we are, it's very important for us to have that information. And again, we underscore that storage resources should primarily use economic bidding as a means to manage their state of charge and as such their exposure to entering these ranges. So, we acknowledge that more information and logic could be integrated to kind of better reflect this, but the means and tools we have today also offer an ability to minimize that potential for infeasible dispatch instructions. Another argument offered was that there's requirements that go beyond this 4-hour concept, like the 17-hour RA RAIM assessment window, and that because of those requirements, it would require an unreasonable level of overbuild to quote-unquote overbuild to ensure that the resources meet their RA shown value. We do not believe that this multiplicity of requirements imply the need for an unreasonable quote-unquote overbuild. This is because the RA shown value is within the control of the resource, and it is, something that can be managed by right sizing, not overbuilding. Right sizing meaning the ability of this resource being sized to meet that shown RA for at least 4 hours, effective bidding behavior, and the correct use of outage cards. So we do not agree with this argument that some stakeholders pose that any requirement like this or any use of a non-RAIM exempt outage card would immediately imply the need for a 17-hour plus resource to be developed. And finally, stakeholders also noted that the only way to address this would be to quote unquote overbuild and to withhold some of the stored energy capability of the resource via the master file from the ISO. We don't believe that that is a necessary outcome. As Abdul mentioned before, others mentioned before, it is possible for resources to contract less than their maximum power for RA. Actually, data from recent VMM reports suggest that in aggregate, this is something that is already happening. As we can see in this graph that is looking at the most 5 highest load days and those critical hours of those 5 highest load days, we can see that in general, resources, battery capacity that was shown for RA, the 100% here, the dotted black line represents the level at which all of this capacity was shown for RA. And you can see that the share that is an outage or derate is always above that dotted line. That indicates 2 things. First, that as a collective, resources might already be right-sized, meaning they're already sized in a way that would meet their shown NQC for at least those 4 hours. And it also shows that resources have been generally successful at bidding in a manner that minimizes them entering those ranges during these critical periods of critical days. Now, this being said, individual differences may still exist. So while as a collective, it seems that these resources might be right-sized, we do urge resources to take a look at their shown RA value, consider whether that must be revised, and that will effectively really reduce their potential exposure to RAIM, regardless of the nature of work used. So that covers all of the slides for nonlinearity. We're a bit over, so we gladly only have a couple of slides more to go through on the other topic. I do want to address the questions that Raul offered previously. So the first one around, well, let's actually start with the second one of where we are at, what kind of feedback would we want to get from resources. I would say that from stakeholders, I would say that the feedback we're seeking following this near-term guidance revised short proposal will be much more focused on this longer-term solutions. Something we heard in comments was that stakeholders really want us to quickly move forward to those discussions. In order to do that, we really would appreciate stakeholders offering conceptual frameworks or any ideation around those. We already have some we've discussed today, and we will work on those so as to present them and discuss them in future working groups. That's the kind of feedback we're definitely looking for. And then with regards to the question on, why there might be a difference with conventional and storage resources, I think that's addressed here in the first bullet and first sub-bullet, but I'll pause here to see if there's any other hands.
We do have Raul from AES. Go ahead. Let's go ahead and unmute him. Thank you.
Hi, Sergio. Once again, Rahul from AES. So thank you for answering both those questions. I have a follow-up question on slide 23, sub-bullet, where CAISO has stated that this recommendation or this continued recommendation of how storage should manage the foldback is essentially to comply with the QC definition. From CAISO's perspective, is the QC definition the responsibility of the LRA and how it is defined, or based on CAISO's tariff, QC is a CAISO required calculation, and then NQC is also CAISO required calculation? Could you shed some light on how CAISO views QC calculations?
Yes, I would first add that we're not trying to say that this is a way of enforcing the QC definition, or we're just saying, given the QC definition, which exists it was given by the LRA almost or a little bit over 10 years ago. So given that QC definition, it is clear that the shown RA value should reflect what a resource can do unimpeded for at least 4 hours. So it's not trying to enforce any definition. It's building off a definition already determined several years ago by the applicable LRA. So I'll pause here to see if any of my colleagues have anything to add before, if you have any other follow-up, I'll pause here for a moment.
Yeah, I'll wait.
You're spot on, Sergio. I think it is Abdul. And just to add, in our tariff, we are, obligated and required to use the QCs that are provided by the LRA. So even though it is LRA defined, it is CAISO tariff requirement for us to kind of use these QC values. But like Sergio said, this is the intent of that value, the RA, therefore the shown amount to be able to fulfill or be dispatched for 4 hours continuously. I think that's what the reference is for.
Thank you, Sergio. A follow-up on that: if just assuming a PUC jurisdiction, right? CPUC jurisdiction. If CPUC comes back and changes the QC definition or provides an advisement of what was the intent of QC, would CAISO's position change? And I know I'm in hypothetical, so if you don't want to answer, let me know what's the best way to. Because the way I'm seeing this, one way we are trying to really understand this is it mainly driven by how QC is defined, or this is just one way CAISO views this?
I would say it's hard to answer on a hypothetical at this point, but we are committed to kind of respond and work through what LRAs determine. And if and when that occurs, we'll work through that. Abdul?
That's exactly it, Sergio. And I think the other thing is the concept that will probably not change is that we are expecting the generators who are committing RA capacity to provide the RA capacity. That concept, I think, will remain valid unless someone tells us that we're mistaken. But yes, I think, hypothetical. Let's get to it when we get to it.
Okay, yeah, I'll just make one point and, and then I'll hop off. The point being, resource RA has so many different parameters. One of those things are when resource has to be dispatchable when it is in the RA. If a resource is RA, it has to be dispatchable. For some of the thermal assets, when a resource is in MSG going through transition, it's not dispatchable. But that exception is made because that is the physical reality of that asset. So that unique treatment is given to an MSG. There are similarly other, I don't want to say concession is not the right word. A unique treatment is given to different assets because the market modeling is just a representation of the physical resource setup. And I'm struggling to see how storage does not get that treatment, but I understand where CAISO is coming from now, and we'll regroup. But I still believe that CAISO has unique treatment for different technology types, and yeah, it's unfortunate that storage is still not being considered. But I'll concede. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that, Raul. I would just say, we understand the concern around potential exposure to RAIM. And because of that, we urge resources to take a look at their shown RA value, ensure that that is something that is consistent with what they can reasonably meet in those 4 hours, and to be on top of their outage submissions and their economic bidding in real time to manage their state of charge. All of those tools taken together will greatly minimize their potential exposure to this, regardless of the nature of work used. So I appreciate the comment, and thank you for the engagement. I don't see any other hands at this point. And Okay. I see a comment on the chat that I will read, and it says, we're trying to better understand the idea of right sizing. At the end of the day, it does not matter how you build the battery, nonlinearity will occur, and it will occur at those upper and lower SOCs. To right size a resource where it does not occur, okay, so that is the, I'll pause there because that's the part of the question that we really want to get to. The goal here is not to size a resource so that you never experience nonlinearity. It's to right size the resource so that it does not experience nonlinearity in that 4-hour duration, okay? That is kind of like the goal. Now, right sizing in this context means that you are able to meet that in that 4-hour duration. Now, we understand, as I mentioned in the slide around the examples, resources are not just dispatched 4 hours and that's it. That's their only, they're doing more than that. So that's where effective bidding behavior and the correct use of outage cards, coupled with right sizing and the correct shown RA value, all of that taken together minimizes any exposures to rain, which I know is not applicable to the entity that submitted this question. But I'll pause there. Thank you for the question. I see now another hand from Don. Yeah.
Don Trethway
Maybe
from...
before, sorry, Don, just one quick clarification before you go on. I just caught myself in a sentence that I want to clarify. The goal is that your shown RA value represents what you can do for 4 hours. Not that you are building to that degree, but that your shown RA value represents that. Go ahead, Don. Sorry about that.
So the first thing I'll point out again that even if I did oversize my battery as you're requesting me to do, given that the assessment periods can extend beyond 4 hours, I could theoretically need to put in an outage card to say that I'm in my fallback range, and I would be subject to RAIM even though I have met the 4-hour requirement necessary for my qualifying capacity.
So that I would say, while that is possible, you can mitigate that by showing correctly your RA value and bidding effectively. In addition to that, that will not necessarily result in a penalty. It would result in potential exposure, but not an immediate penalty. Just trying to refine a bit the language we're using here.
Okay, well, now let's go back then a couple slides. This just help me, the previous slide, or one after this slide, where you have the two resources. What would you consider the qualifying capacity for resource A?
We are very intentionally focusing on shown RA here.
But if I can't show RA in excess of my qualifying capacity.
I understand the rule around the qualifying capacity, its calculation, it's an LRA rule. The examples here are focused on the shown RA capacity. Why? Because our RAIM captures the difference between the shown RA value and the OMS value. We are focusing on that. That is within the work of the ISO.
Right.
Yeah.
But you realize this example might be sort of odd if I can't show 25 because my QC is a lower value.
That I understand that maybe that is the case, but based on the information we shared before around, some in aggregate, it seems like resources are right sized, but there might be differences at the individual level. We want to consider that this might be the case, at least for some resources.
Okay.
Okay. Carrie?
Power Trading Forum. I just was hoping to give you a thought and see if you had considered it. In my mind, the intent of RAIM is to encourage efficient bidding behavior. So to me, a lot of this is kind of beside the point. Like if you go back to the intent of the program, I think the question to ask is whether you're requiring an exempt or non-exempt outage, which one of those leads to the more desired bidding behavior. And I'm wondering if you've given that some thought.
Sorry, your question is which kind of outage RAIM treatment would lead to the desired bidding behavior?
Exactly, because that's the whole point of RAIM, is to try and get resources to bid in, not just to their full amount, but to, you know, the most efficient bidding strategy. And so in my mind, what this conversation has been missing is the idea of if you have a non-exempt outage, you are inherently changing the way storage resources are going to bid in particular during those availability assessment hours. Now, does that align with the use case for storage? Those hours were developed for, you know, I don't even remember how many years ago now. They really were developed for a pre-massive build-out storage system. And so I think it's appropriate to ask if we're going to keep those hours, how are you, developing your outage card rules in relationship to RAIM to incent the best bidding behavior? And to me, I don't think I would want storage resources to try and bid around those hours. I think I want storage resources to bid in appropriately for their resource and have the CAISO fully maximize their discharge across, the full day. And so by adding this additional constraint on them that they have to worry about, my concern is you're going to lead to less efficient bidding, which is counter to the whole point of RAIM in the first place.
Okay, I think there are two pieces to your comment, Carrie. The first one is that we're somehow adding a concern, adding a risk, adding an exposure. I would disagree with that premise. This is the continued use of the outage card that they should already be using.
So sorry, when I say adding, I gave you two examples, right? So the first example is exempt and the other example is not exempt. So when I say add, I don't mean relative to your rules today. I mean relative to the two options you have. If you want them to put in an outage, it could either be exempt or non-exempt. And so when I say add, I mean when it's not exempt, you're adding a risk relative to an exempt outage.
Okay, well, the non-exempt is the status quo, so that's what I meant with we're not adding it, right? But I appreciate that clarification. I would say on the second part of the availability assessment hours, how they are approached or not, they are adjusted every year. That is, a process in itself, in its own venues, far outside the scope of this current venue. And whether they are, I think you used the term bidding around those hours, or basically managing their bids in different ways.
Managing their state of charge via bids. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, that's what they should be doing. But I think what you were trying to get at is that they would bid differently if the outage card was or not RAIM exempt. That's kind of the premise that you're building upon. I would like to get a better sense of how you think that would work out. It's unclear to me how that would necessarily impact your bidding behavior beyond bidding in a way that ensures that you meet your must offer, which they already should. An actual problem that we have today is that storage resources are not incented in real time to bid in a manner aligned with the real-time conditions and with their existing schedules, right? So we want to bolster that. That's what we want to work towards. We want them to actually bid in a way that manages their state of charge instead of bidding in a less iterative or sophisticated way that might not. So I'm curious as to how you think this would impact those incentives.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think the difference in our way of thinking is it seems like you're conflating market need with the availability hours. And I think that real-time prices indicate the need for storage. So I want storage to bid in a way where they're trying to capture peak prices because prices are supposed to indicate need. Hours are just hours that were run in a static study a year ahead of time, and they're not actually indicative of when you need the resource. You could see this, in your own MPPF studies where storage is starting to be dispatched in the morning, even in real time, because that's where their best use case is. So when I say which leads to the most efficient bidding outcome, I mean, in which case are they bidding to maximize profits? And that would allow them to be discharged by the ISO in the best hours as indicated by your prices. I don't actually think IAH are relevant measures of need once you get into real time. Prices are your measurement of need.
Okay, I understand your perspective better now. Thank you for that, Gary. I would say on the first part of are the AAH hours the correct, let's say, yardstick for something like a storage resource? I'd say that's an interesting conversation and question, not within the scope of this initiative. However, maybe other venues, we can coordinate with them or think about it. You may consider raising them there, but that's not something we're actively trying to modify or reconsider here. The second piece is,
just to clarify, Sergio, I'm not asking you to modify the hours. I'm asking you to consider whether having a non-exempt outage or an exempt outage would lead to better bidding behavior.
I'm getting to the second one too. And I think the other part is, you mentioned, from your perspective, the efficient bidding behavior would be for those resources to try and offer in those hours of greater need, maximize that. They can do that here. They can do that under this framework with a non-exempt outage, as long as their shown RA value is correct. Even if they take that outage, they're not going to be exposed to rain. The rain exposure is completely irrelevant if they're shown correctly. This is only material if you are shown in a way that overstates your ability to perform, and then you need to submit an outage that results in potential rain exposure. If that is not the case, this is not material. If it is not material, it should not impact your bidding behavior. So that is my answer here. I don't know if others in the ISO team might have some thoughts. I'll pause here, and if not, maybe we can move on because we're a bit behind here.
I'll just note that I think that gets back to Rahul's point, which I think he articulated well, and we can provide more comments on, again, the intent of QC and how other resources are treated when you're unable to fully model them. And then I just had one quick thing to say. On your chart where you kept noting things were right-sized because it appears they're larger than their QC, I just wanted to make the point, I've signed so many storage contracts as, kind of a key core practice of Gridwell. And the oversizing happens because there's degradation over time. So most storage resources that come online that are newer will be able to do this and will be more than 100%, but then over time that is going to reduce down. So it's very unlikely that they are right sizing, quote unquote, for fold back issues or anything, and much more likely that what you're just seeing is most of our storage resources are really new. They signed 10, 15-year contracts. And so in order to continue to be able to provide their stated contract level, they're oversized. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Carrie. Thank you for the feedback. Looking forward for the written comments, and I appreciate you all with your perspectives today. So let me go very quickly over the next topic so that I can pass it on to my colleague, Dinesh. The next topic has to do with SOC definition and estimation in our straw proposal we noted that, state of charge is not an observable value. If it was, everything would be so much easier. But it is an estimated figure based on a variety of factors. Today, the tariff in Appendix A provides a lexical definition of state of charge, noting it's the energy available to the CAISO markets from a non-generator resource or storage device. What we wanted to discuss here is the potential to further clarify the expectations related to that word available. So in the straw proposal, we included two proposals. One was to expand a section of the direct telemetry VPM to clarify what are the expectations around instantaneous SOC and the maximum continuous energy limit. The other one was to develop some form of best practice around what should be considered in the telemetry SOC calculation. In that paper, we noted that those proposals will be sequential in nature, mainly because discussions around the first element would certainly inform any discussions around the second one. So in this revised straw proposal, we are focusing on the first one, the expansion of that language on the direct telemetry VPM. In stakeholder feedback, we got a lot of support for further clarifying the expectations around available. And we also got some more specific clarification requests around the fact that telemetered values should align with the registered values as adjusted by outage cards, whereas market available values may be further adjusted with market-based parameters. So we took this into account, and we are proposing this draft language for section 14.5. In the spirit of time, I will not read all of this. It's included in the paper and in these materials. Again, this was perhaps the least controversial of all of the proposals included. We received, the most limited feedback here. What we're trying to do here is very clearly state that those telemetered values should convey what is available at the time that is being conveyed, and that it should align with what is registered in the master file as adjusted to with the outrates, derates, or re-rates. And we're also including that language for further clarity regarding the maximum continuous energy limits. I'll pause here to see if there's any thoughts or questions before we move on to the next topics. Raul.
Hi, sir. This is Rahul with AES. Just a quick clarifying question. This is a change in just the tariff language, right? Like CAISO is not planning to make any changes to how it calculates SOC or even the estimation that's done through SCADA and other tools.
Sorry, I don't know if it was just me, but that broke up a lot for me. Could you repeat that, Raul? I'm sorry.
Sure. One second. This is Rahul with AES. The update that you have here is only a clarification of how CAISO does the calculation and the definition of SOC, or CAISO is proposing to change how it does SOC estimation? Because our teams have suggested various improvements, and I'm trying to understand.
This is more a clarification with the addition of this language that says what is conveyed through telemetry should be the value available at that time. And the importance there relates to some of the circumstances we discussed in the straw proposal, like, for example, energy that is not readily accessible in the time frame where the values are conveyed. So that's the added clarification here. It's not a proposed modification, more so a clarification in the language. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are quite over. I think in the interest of time, it will be better to move the schedule a little bit. Rather than covering the follow the OT topic first, we'll cover the update related to the SOC FRU modification. So I'll go to those slides, and pass it on to my colleague Quinn. And you can let me know if you want me to move the slides or if you want to take control, Quinn, let us know. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sergio. This is Quinn, Market Performance and Advanced Analytics. So here I'm going to cover this section. Next slide, please. Am I moving the slides? Oh, actually, I can.
I just moved it, but maybe it didn't work for you. Okay.
Oh, well, it didn't. Now it's showing a different. Are we back
We'll get
to
you.
the
Oh,
first slide?
There it is. We're just making sure the slide deck is ready.
Okay, sounds good. So am I going to be in control, or do I say next slide and someone else will move the slide for me? Just to clarify.
Hi, yeah,
So
I can
currently
absolutely
the
move the
event
slides.
producer. Yeah. Yeah, Quinn, so if you say next slide, the event producer is currently moving the slides unless you would like presentation rights.
All right, no, that works perfectly. I just wanted to clarify. Sounds good, thank you. Okay, so market operations BPM PRR 1627. This was a FRU in SOC modeling enhancement. The enhancement was activated on June 3rd. The purpose was to better account for FRU impact on state of charge within the multi-interval optimization and improve the efficiency of FRP feature this summer. From the formulation perspective, SOC AT equation was introduced back in 2023. Energy storage enhancement. So on the page, we're looking at the first one as SOC with energy impact only. That's the first equation. And then the second equation is SOC AT constraint. That is with the regulation of word and everything. So with this enhancement, FRU term that's highlighted in red has been added to this existing equation. Next slide, please. Back in June, we shared an initial 15-day performance review. Today, we'll be providing a brief performance update with the data from 2 months before and 2 months after the activation. Here are the key observations we have so far. So battery continues to hold a major share in FRU procurement. We did see a slightly lower share of FRU awards on batteries in early morning and late hours of the day. And we also saw a slightly higher share of FRU awards on batteries in the midday hours. We'll see the numbers in the following slide. Next page, please. We start by looking at the battery sharing FRU passing group procurement in RTPD. So this is the hourly distribution before versus after, 2 months before versus 2 months after. The x-axis has the hours of the day 1 through 24. The y-axis is the percentage. It's the battery, or more specifically, LESR share in FRU procurement in the passing group in RTPD. So we did see that the batteries still hold a major share in FRU procurement. The hourly distributions, the 25th percentile through 75th percentiles remain within somewhere between 30-35% to 75-80% ranges. And we did see a slightly lower share in early hours of the day. That's the first few hours of the day. And the late hours of the day through peak to end of the day hours. And we did see a slightly higher share in the midday hours, somewhere around ending 9, 10 to 17, 18 in the afternoon. Next slide, please. Here is the hourly average of FRU procurement broken down by resource type. So the color-coded resource types are listed down below. We can see that batteries LESR is in light blue. Light blue is still the major resource type on this graph. So that means batteries are still holding the majority of the FRU all hours of the day. If you look closer, you can see that slightly smaller FRU volume from LESR. That's in the early hours and the late hours of the day again. And this gap was mainly picked up by generic NGRs. That's the GNRC type in gray, and water that's in dark blue. Next slide, please. Shifting the view a little bit, it's the same data, they're different breakdown. So this is the hourly average broken down by region. We have this region definition for data visualization. Is not a real definition in the market models. So California region showed slightly reduction in early morning and late hours of the day. And that's dark blue. So those gaps are mainly picked up by Pacific Northwest, that's in yellow, and Southwest in light blue. Next slide, please. Okay, so after reviewing the volume shares and then the breakdowns, we'll look at the prices. Data was collected before and after the change. Most of these are resource level FRU prices. So this is the most granular data we can show on the resources that got positive or non-negative, non-zero FRU awards. And we can see that majority of the data points remain zero. These are box plot on the hourly distribution, and the small dashed line at the $0 level is basically the hourly distribution, and all the dots showing up on the charts are outliers. So that means that majority of the price points remain 75% of the time, up to 75% of the time. If you look closely, there are two negative data points. Those were from one resource. So it was one resource getting negative positive FRU words in two consecutive intervals. It was hour ending 20 interval 4 and hour ending 21 interval 1 on July 14th. It was from one resource, so it was the same story. And SOC-AT in this case was hitting upper limit within the horizon, and the resource they had regulation awards, high regulation down the words, so real-time was trying to protect, they had regulation awards under penalty prices. And FRU in this case was positioned or set positive to create room in SOC-AT constraint. And negative FRU prices were set by energy opportunity cost. So I would say this is directly related to this feature activation. Before SOC FRU feature, energy would be positioned to manage SOC. In this case, FRU was used instead. Internally, we're still conducting further investigation, and the resolutions are still under discussion. Next slide, please. The next one is FRD, resource level prices. If we look at the distributions, these are hourly distributions of resource level FRD. Majority of the price points showed up as $0 before and after, and remained non-negative, which is a good sign. Next slide, please. Moving on to regulation up prices. These are resource level reg up prices. They remained non-negative and within typical ranges. Next slide, please. Moving on to reg down prices. I think this is the last one I have. So regulation down prices has largely remained non-negative and within typical ranges. There is one incident that's July 6, 2025, RNG9 interval 1, where we saw a negative write-down price of -$2 in one of the CAISO subregions. It was due to a manual procedure error. Requirement in real time was set to less than half of its correct level in RTPD, while we tried to protect the day-ahead AS words with self-schedules under penalty prices. And that created an oversupply condition and eventually produced a negative write-down prices there. We had about 32 resources getting a non-zero RD award in that interval. So those impacted resource prices were corrected. Okay, I think that is my last slide in the section. I'll take questions.
Hey, it's Callie Wilson, WPTF. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for this data analysis. I just have a couple quick questions. One is on the observation that you're seeing storage resources providing more FRU during those midday hours since this change. Have you guys looked into what impact that has had on the storage-wide SOC going into the net load peak hours? Are we seeing now a lower SOC going into those net load peak hours?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we have not made that connection yet. We can definitely look into that. Yes, we do see a slightly higher percentage share in those hours, but to make that in effect, we'll need to also see the utilization in those hours, because they only get used, then it will have impact on the state of charge later in the day. So yeah,
yes,
we'll take
I
that.
should have clarified. A lower, sorry, you're right. There's two SOCs now. It should have a lower SOC AT. So I'm curious if that's had an impact on the amount of energy that the market sees available for dispatch during those net load peak hours. But yeah, if you guys, I don't know, maybe at the next NPPF, I think that would be great to see if that's had that sort of impact in a meaningful way. The second question is on those negative prices. So I know when the CAISO was testing the changes to the SOC formulation for the regulation attenuation factors, we saw the negative reg down prices during testing, and so we pivoted the solution. So are you, with this negative pricing on the FRU, if I'm understanding it correctly, it's kind of a similar situation where the market is constrained from this new SOC value and is having to make trade-offs between two products? Did I understand that that correctly?
Yeah, so this was on one specific resource that day. You're talking about the negative FRU price, right? Not this slide. It was
yes. Yeah, the FRU price.
The other one. Right. So that was this particular resource. SOC AT was hitting upper limit around our ending 2021 time, and it had high reg down awards from day ahead. So that was protected at really high penalty prices within the market model. And energy bid was in the money to charge as well at the same time. And since all these variables were in the same constraint, FRU was positioned to create room in SOC AT equation within the trajectory, so that they had regulation awards would be feasible to start with, and energy was also positioned FRU was positioned so that energy could stay where it is. So normally before the feature, without the FRU variable in the equation, we would position energy to make room for regulation day ahead word. In this case, it was FRU making extra room in the equation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the trade-off.
Okay, I really appreciate that extra detail there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Hi, Kun. This is Alpha Stuara from PG&E. I'm going to repeat the ground that was covered by Callie, but I had a different interpretation of the Flex RU in the midday hours being procured more from batteries. I thought it would have just the opposite effect, which is that it's either going to effectively be protecting resources from coming off of charging, or that they would not discharge during those periods. So I'm likewise interested in the effects on SOC, although I would expect that the effect here would be more positive than what Callie had suggested. So I think if FlexRU is displacing discharge, it would also be, the implication would also be that if the resources were charging during these hours and getting FlexRU awards, that would effectively protect their charging. The other questions I had on the negative prices were, or is it possible that the negative FRU price is going to actually, or I can't remember this FRU or FRD, but is it possible that that price is actually going to settle, or are you going to do the same kind of correction? Because it's certainly inconsistent with the concept that you force economic bidders to put in a $0 economic $0 bid on these products if you are then going to compel them to pay for supplying the product. So I wanted to get that question addressed, not necessarily now, but certainly as part of your resolution of this, we should learn about that. And the final question on the reg down negative price, it sounded to me like you were saying, because you ascribed it to a manual incorrect value for the real-time requirement. It sounded to me like you're saying that if this were to be something that was reasonably produced by the market, in other words, a reduction in the requirement that was meaningful, this is a possible actually correct market outcome. And I would question that again, on the basis of the consistency with the bids. So I think we'd want to hopefully get more of a post-mortem on that, as well as to whether that's actually, just for the situation you described, whether it was produced manually or not, is it a correct outcome in the market? I would say not, and I'd like to get that resolved. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Let me try to address them one by one. So the first one was about the midday FRU awards on batteries. So this was a 2-month overview before and after. There is also a daily fluctuation, the monthly seasonal fluctuation there that could be a factor in the trend. We would, I don't have it at hand, but we would need probably some sort of a seasonal comparison to see that if that is one of the outcomes from this feature activation for sure. But yes, I get what you're saying. You're saying if we're protecting FRU, we're getting more FRU in storage resources in those hours of the day, meaning that protection will press energy down so that we probably will keep the batteries on the charging side a little more, right. Ideally. I think that's what you're talking about, right? So, right. So yeah, I can see that happen. That is one side of the story. The other side is, well, we have this reserve in FMM, and this capacity will be released in RTD if something were to happen. And if this capacity is released eventually in the real time, there are two situations we may be looking at. One is, are we going to use it or not? Is the real time, the RTD energy price is there, and the LMP is there, so that the resource is picked in the energy deck when it's actually used. And if that happens, then we may be depleting their SOC in those time frame because they're available.
That's an excellent point.
Is right. So that will be the other side of the story. it also depends on the market conditions we're in, the real-time prices and all. So, well, I'll think about the metrics and how we can show the impact on the state of charge probably in the next MPPF or something. Yeah,
exactly. I think Callie's suggestion is a good
interesting
one.
thing.
The change in the kind of the average state of charge would be a very useful comparison here.
Okay, yeah, I'll note that down. Thank you. So that was the first one. The second one was negative FRU price, right? So yeah, this issue is currently still under investigation and the further discussion. So we don't have a final resolution yet at this point. We'll definitely give an update when the final resolution is done, either in the next stakeholder meeting or MPPF as well. And the third one is about this negative RD price. So this incident originated from this requirement setup. So the setter was accidentally triggered to rerun again and set a different value into the real time. And we do protect day-ahead awards. So the day-ahead words the day-ahead regulation awards were positioned with respect to the much higher requirement range, and back in the real time, we capped it to a much lower value. And that itself created oversupply conditions. And when you think about oversupply conditions, we say we will see some abnormal prices showing up. So it was from the model itself. And negatives showed up in the real time because how the day-ahead regulation awards were protected as self-schedules is part of the signed conventions of the penalty prices for self-schedule protections. So,
was there any impact on actual? Because if the schedules were being protected, then there should not have been any awards of capacity at negative prices.
Yeah, so we ended up, because the requirement on a high level is a demand versus supply problem we're solving for the regulation down, right? And to meet that demand, which is at a wrong value, we eventually had to cut self-schedules at a protected price, and that's where the negative prices were produced. So this negative price behavior is not from the bids of the resources, it was actually from the protection that was imposed in the real-time model.
Do you think that this is something that could never happen without there being an error of the sort you described, or is it possible that this kind of oversupply is ever possible? Because I do think that it's something that should be addressed in that case.
Yeah, we probably need a broader analysis if we want to cover all scenarios for this case. But for this one case alone, it was because it was due to the requirement setup. We settled saying we would correct the price because it was obviously not correct. So we corrected the price so that we're in compliance.
Okay, great. I mean, this has some relevance to the idea of re-optimizing the ancillary service market too. So thank you so much for being so transparent about these things. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Do we have any other questions, comments?
I don't see any questions at this time. Sergio, would you like to go back to a different topic as well?
I'm not seeing any other hands. Thank you very much, Glenn, for joining us and for all the analysis, fielding the questions. We really appreciate you, and good to make this forum a good place for the monitoring updates. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sergio.
Yeah, well, I think we're in a bit of an awkward time because we went a bit long on the first topic, and we now have, about 15 minutes ahead of lunch. It's not enough time to introduce the DOT topic, so we might want to chat about that coming back after lunch. I think at this time, the best use of our time would be, let's see if there are any other questions, comments, thoughts as open discussion. And if not, we can go take a bit of a longer lunch so that in case people have meetings, at the lunchtime, they can make them. And then we'll come back and do the DOT topic. So I'll pause here to see if there's any additional hands or comments before we head into lunch. And then as we come back, we'll do the follow DOT topic. I'll shorten my VCR piece a bit, and that way we can give our stakeholders all the time they need for their presentation and any additional discussion. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands at this point. So I think the best path forward, as I mentioned, let's adjourn for now, come back at 1 and cover Dinesh's topic on follow DOT, and thank you all for a very engaging morning session. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our storage modeling. And we are here today going back to our topic in the agenda. We are going to follow back with the update on co-located follow DOT topic. For those who are joining us on this phone line, we do have the opportunity to ask questions via raising your hand through the verbal chat. And also, as a reminder, if you do raise your hand, you'll be added to our queue and we'll click on you to be next. But also make sure to introduce yourself and provide your full name and affiliation when speaking. If anything, we will remind you at the end of your comment to provide your introduction of yourself and your organization. This helps us with those attendees who are here. We also have the Teller transparency view where you can utilize and see who's on the call. If you do have any technical issues on viewing that, feel free to send me a chat. We do have it on the bottom right corner on the screen that can show all the names of those who are on the current call list as well. But at this time, Silas is our event producer, myself and Yelena are here to support, and I'll go ahead and hand it to Dinesh, who will be kicking us off this afternoon. Go ahead, Dinesh.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brenda. I really appreciate it. So this topic, this co-located follow DOT topic, is a part of the mixed fuels and distribution level resources topic group. And today we'll be providing an update on this topic per the presentation that was given on 6:30. So just a little bit of background on where we are and what we're talking about. So co-located resources share a point of interconnection, right? And to ensure that the total rewards from the co-located resources do not exceed that point of interconnection limit, the ISO issues what they're called follow dispatch operating targets to the variable resources, right? So this allows that variable energy resource to flexibly generate up to that follow DOT and does not allow that variable resource to exceed that DOT. So implementation ensured that the ancillary services capacity of a non-VAR co-located resource was deliverable, right? Meaning that when this went into production, all ancillary service awards for non-variable energy resource co-located resources triggered that variable energy resource follow DOT, right? So this setup, right? Back on June 30th, NextEra presented this topic to the Storage Design and Modeling Working Group. And this was followed by a robust discussion where, you know, a number of stakeholders had generally supportive comments related to the presentation. And in written comments, 6 of them provided support, and 2 of them requested more information. And there were no stakeholders who opposed this. This topic also was a follow-up from the 2025 policy catalog submission from NextEra Energy Resources. And the specific language was that they request the ISO revisit whether the follow DOT flag remains necessary when co-located resources receive AS awards. So after, okay, oops, I'm lagging a little bit.
Hey, Dinesh, just checking on your audio. Your video
Yeah.
is coming a little bit choppy, but don't worry, we can hear you.
Okay, so you can still hear me. Could you move the slide to the next slide, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Okay, great, thank you. I'm just gonna go audio then. So, you know, after that meeting and in the written comments, NextEra Energy Resources provided some straw positions to work from. And the first was that an energy storage resource should be able to clear, oops. Okay, jump to 35. Can you see slide 33 right now, Brenda?
Yes, we are. Are we supposed to be 35?
No, it's supposed to be 33. It just jumped again.
Yeah.
So,
No problem.
just keep the video off for a moment then. So, okay, so after the discussion in the meeting, right, NextEra Energy Resources submitted straw positions related to the topic that they had presented. And the first one was that an energy storage resource should be able to clear regulation down on its charging side without affecting the energy dispatch of a co-located variable energy resource. So as I had said at the beginning, right, irrespective of where the ACC limit is, that overall shared limit is, or what the energy awards are, whenever there is an ancillary services award, it immediately triggers a follow DOT for the VAR, right? And the position is that, well, under the circumstances, if it's going regulation down, right, it's going in the opposite direction of the variable energy resource producing more than that follow DOT, and therefore maybe there's a little bit more flexibility there, right? And then the second straw position was if the sum of the VAR's nameplate capacity and a co-located energy storage resources upward ancillary service awards do not exceed the point of interconnection limit, there should be no need to trigger the follow DOT flag, right? With the goal of saying, well, you know, if you add up all of the different pieces and it's still less than that POI, maybe there is still a little bit of extra room for that VAR to have that flexibility to generate. And it doesn't need to be as restrictive to say, this is the maximum that you can do. And one other important thing to note is that the follow DOT flag is based off of the 5-minute forecast before. So if the forecast comes back and says, well, this is how much it is, but you know, the forecast ends up being under, that VAR ends up getting curtailed is what happens. So goals here, right? Encourage co-located battery energy storage system participation in ancillary service markets, support price formation, and ease coordination issues, especially if there are different resource operator / owners for that non-VAR resource and the VAR resource. Okay, so going into position 1, the ISO agrees with the position that NextEra Energy Resources had stated, that the energy storage resource should clear regulation down without affecting the energy dispatch of a co-located VAR. And this is based off of the ACC logic that ended up being put in, plus operational learnings since implementation after the hybrid initiative. The other thing is, you know, in those follow-up written comments, stakeholders supported the direction that NEAR had come up with in the meeting, and there was no opposition there. So with that in mind, the ISO is exploring implementation of this position with tentative enhancements by Q4 of 2025. I think Michael had said this before, you know, that there's a sense of, you know, if there's low-hanging fruit, this was with the OMS topic, that it's worth exploring it and worth, you know, seeing if we can get it moving. And from the ISO's perspective, this is one that we can move on. You know, the other thing that's important is we know we're moving quickly on this position. So if there are any concerns about the pace or the direction from stakeholders, that's really important for us to know, both verbally in this call or via written comments following this meeting. I see a hand from Rahul.
Hi, Dinesh. This is Rahul Kalaskar from AES. Quick sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, good to hear from you.
So a couple of things, and if I'm jumping ahead to your slides, you know, I can hold off. This specific topic is not included in the straw proposal paper that was published. Is that correct?
That is correct. So this specific topic really ends up in the mixed fuel and distribution level resource topic group.
Okay.
And that straw proposal isn't coming till later in the year.
Okay. But you are planning to include this topic in that discussion?
Correct.
Okay. Then the only other question is, maybe you address this. I'm trying to understand, you know, we started a discussion with what Nextera reported as an issue. And it would be good to know what is the rule CAISO is currently using to issue follow DOT for co-location process. Like I'm trying to understand, there's all co-located assets in every hour. Do storage expect to receive follow DOT if solar expects follow DOT if there's a storage, or what is the current ISO practice?
So great question. So the current ISO practice is that all AS awards for non-VAR co-located resources trigger that VAR follow DOT, and that variable energy resource follow DOT, right? With a caveat here, like, you know, there are other circumstances that can trigger a follow DOT, right? So it's not just AS awards. For example, let's say if there's both the storage resource and the VAR has, you know, each of them have a 50 megawatt energy award, right? And the ACC limit is 100 megawatts, right? So that will also trigger a follow DOT, right? It's just that, yep.
Is the process automatic or manual? Because it's possible that the AS award, you could get an AS award in a 15-minute market. So is this an automatic trigger, or there is a manual process?
I believe this is an automatic trigger. Bob, is that we have Bob on the line, Bob Cott, is that correct from your understanding? Oh,
okay, Bob,
you might
be double muted. Silas, can you check? Oh, there you go. We can hear you now,
okay,
Bob.
Yeah. Yeah, that is my understanding, that it is automated.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think, Dinesh, it would be good if those things could be detailed in the, you know, whenever you do the straw proposal. the internal feedback from our operations team has been that we have sometimes seen for days together that our assets have received follow DOT, and it's possible that we have had storage that's providing AS in all hours, but it just didn't appear that it was automated. So if KAISO could check and provide that in the straw proposal, that will be helpful. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed that last bit. So you had said that your team had given you feedback that it didn't appear that it was automated, or it did appear that it was automated?
It appeared that sometimes it's just stuck, but it's possible there was no way for us to validate that because, as you mentioned in your scenario, if you have a POI and you have several assets behind the POI and different scheduling coordinators, it's not clear, or that information is not necessarily evident to a solar owner what another storage asset owner behind the same POI with a different scheduling coordinator is doing.
Yes. And one last confirmation, you had said it appears stuck. You meant that as like STUCK, right?
No,
like
no. I meant it's stuck as in someone put it manually and never changed it.
Yes, got it. Okay, cool. We will make sure that we sort of get that confirmation. I believe that it is an automatic thing. It's an automatic trigger, and it's also likely because one of your other co-located resources may be getting that AS award, right? So, but as you said, that there's limited visibility there in terms of you as a scheduling coordinator that you have on other resources and what their behavior is.
Yeah. Thank you, and I'll provide my comments in the written comments also.
Great, thank you, Rahul.
Sure.
Okay.
We do have Alva. We do have Alva. Let's go ahead and take, is that okay, Dinesh, to take his question?
Yeah, let's take it. That'd be great.
And I'm assuming you can hear me, Dinesh?
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask about the use case I had heard about from some time back, and it may not be what's the prevalent use case anymore, is that this is sort of like the follow DOT would be applied to VERS as a first step to dealing with overgen. And it would seem to me in that case that case number 2 here would still require the triggering of the follow DOT flag. Am I misreading this? And just like some correction, perhaps, if I'm wrong.
So we will get to position 2, but I believe you are reading this correctly.
It would seem to me that there should, you might have, maybe this is just a simplified presentation.
Yeah.
It's a presentation of their position, and KAISO would presumably refine this to deal with more use cases. Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, so the idea is that we and I guess might as well move to position 2. So, so in terms of what the Nextera Energy Resources proposal was, right, this is how we see it, right? It's looking at that VER PMAX plus the non-VER upward AS awards and whether that is less than or equal to the ACC. And if it's less than or equal to the ACC, then then the idea is do not issue or follow DOT. That is what position 2 from the ISO's understanding is of Nextera's stance, right? Now, in response, the ISO would like to see further discussion on this before we take a specific direction here. And there are certain things that we are talking about internally, and we also want to get stakeholder feedback on these kind of situations. One is that, the responsibility for exceeding the ACC limit falls on the generating facility, right? So under tariff section 2713, right, if for whatever reason that ACC is exceeded due to and resources were not following dispatch, then the ISO has authority to say that the resources are ineligible for the ACC, right? So the responsibility is on resources to make sure that they're not exceeding dispatch. Now, that being said, we haven't really seen situations, many situations where, there is a physical exceeding of the ACC limit because there are physical breakers in place. for many, if not all of the co-located resources. And there are other processes that we go through where, to ensure that ACC is being met, right? Now, two other topics that the ISO is seeking further discussion and comments as well is one, when we're looking at it, it's almost like instead of looking at where the follow DOT should not be issued, what are the circumstances when the follow DOT should be issued, right?
Yes.
So,
yes.
Making sure that we have those circumstances and those scenarios outlined to say this is the things where we need to do, where we need to have that follow DOT in place. And then the third part is the more sort of limitations or, details that are put into the overall rule, the larger that implementation complexity. So this is that third kind of area where, if for all of the little scenarios or all of the very specific fringe scenarios, if we start having more and more rules in place, it adds to the implementation complexity. It becomes a harder thing for us to put into our market. Did that answer your question, Alva? I sort of just kind of continued with the presentation.
I mean, I don't think conditions of system overgen are very rare, but when they do exist, I think you expect those to be applied to all VERS equally, that you're trying to get everything down to its forecast. Anything that's over supplying at that point is being reduced, not for the ACC, but for system need. And so that needs to be still established there. I just think that the rule, the way they've stated it here, is obviously too broad, but it sounds to me like you're going to have a narrower interpretation of that. So that's great. Thank you, Dinesh.
Thank you, Alva. Sergio, did you want to add something here?
Yes, I wanted to add something quickly. Well, first, I don't know if you wanted to show the slide with the different points you just made. We're still on slide 33, so just noting that. So if you want to move towards the slide with different arguments, maybe I think maybe Silas can help us moving on to the next one. I also wanted to note on the point you made around, can we go to 35? Sorry.
Yeah, that would be great. I think I must have lost my slide moving rights with the disconnect.
Yeah. So just you can just tell us next slide and we'll do that. But I think the point of the responsibility of exceeding the ACC limits, I wanted just to clarify a little bit what you shared there. We understand the first position as one that can be, readily applicable. It doesn't create that much additional concern, right? Because it's on the cases where there is a downward AS. That would not put us in a greater risk, either the assets or the system of the collocated resource exceeding that ACC limit. Now, on this second position that is focused on upward AS, we understand the position of NextEra as one saying, if this addition of the VER PMAX and the non-VER, not just the upward AS, but really all of the commodities in the upward direction are lesser or equal to the ACC, then do not follow the DOT. Part of the risk we see is, well, without that, follow DOT under this circumstance. If there is some situation that ends up with the ACC being exceeded because we no longer have the follow DOT, what should we consider for the responsibility of exceeding it? Today, it falls on the generating facility. Should that be further refined so that a smaller subset of circumstances result in not following the follow DOT flag, so that therefore that risk of exceeding the fact that it falls on the generating facility is minimized. That's the kind of additional conversation feedback we're thinking of, right? We included the flag initially out of the follow DOT flag out of an abundance of caution. I think as we've learned more, it's clear that awards on a downward direction do not create additional risk. But in this circumstance, we'd like to get that take on from you all on your comments as well. So just wanted to add a little bit more background there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. Let's move it to Rahul. We'll take that one too.
Hey Dinesh, this is Rahul Kalaskar from AES again. Another thought I had was, we're starting with NextEra's proposal on how co-located resource should be dispatched when storage is located with VER, and I really appreciate all the time that Sam has put in to explain the issue. My request to CAISO is just to provide a high-level basic information of why this thing was put in place. And as far as I recall, this change was put in place through a BPM process, and it did not go through a specific stakeholder process. So where I am looking for some guidance is, why is this rule put in place, and what is the purpose of asking the solar to follow DOT? And if it's included in your previous discussion, please let me know, and I'll go back and read that. And where this question is coming from is our teams internally have asked, what was the main driver for this specific rule that CAISO has put in place?
Yeah. So, I think my understanding of how this was implemented was not in a BPM process, because this wasn't a BPM modification, but it was more in the BRS for the implementation of the hybrid initiative. And I don't have the number off the top of my head. I'm happy to connect with you on that. I also believe that it was in NextEra's presentation for where they had seemed to see where it was put in those business requirement specifications. So, my sense of reason why that it was put into place was because of, as Sergio had mentioned, an abundance of caution, right? When we have ancillary service awards that are provided by the market, right, we want to make sure that those are deliverable, and we want to make sure that those are reliable, right? Because those are the goal is to maintain the reliability of the grid, right? So with a new concept like the ACC coming in, right, the implementation details were such that this follow DOT topic was sort of, this is how it was implemented, right? And now, now what we're doing is we're from NextEra's presentations and addition to the stakeholder catalog, we're taking the policy eye and sort of taking another look at this and saying, is this actually how we want this to be implemented, or does there need to be additional policy nuance on that implementation, such that we achieve a better market? Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Silas, can we move to the next slide, please? I'll move through this quickly. So this is just, an example of, I think Alva had sort of asked this on the side too, about what happens when, the generating facility does not comply with that dispatch instructions, and what are we generally talking about when it comes to the ACC and how the resources look. So, if for whatever reason, whatever rare circumstance, we end up with the outputs coming above the ACC, right? As in the below scenario, where 90 megawatts from the solar and 70 megawatts from the battery is exceeding that 100 megawatt ACC limit that reflects that interconnection service capacity. Silas, next slide, please. what the ISO does is it reduces that Pmax value, and both temporarily, but if the ISO sees this as a long-term problem, the ISO does have the tariff authority to do it permanently to values that are equal to that are proportionate to the interconnection service capacity that are proportionate to each resource's capacity going into the interconnection service capacity. So, that 130 megawatt solar plus 70 megawatt battery, that's 200 megawatts total, right? And there's a 100 megawatt limit. So each resource gets half, right, of what their initial capacity or what their Pmax capacity is. And so the solar ends up with 65 megawatts and the battery ends up with 35 megawatts. Let's take this question from John as well.
A few questions I was kind of waiting until later to bring up.
Okay.
So I think, being an EIM entity side, I think some of this is kind of hard to follow because a lot of this is like associated with CAISO-centric, under your BA stuff. For example, there's a lot of talk around ancillary services. So like, I'm trying to, and even one of the calculations, or no, I'm sorry, yeah, one of the calculations there has like ancillary services in it. So it's kind of hard for me to parse that out. It might be nice if we could have like a differentiation between how this applies to CAISO entities compared to EIM entities or entities that are under CAISO, right? And I was going to ask, I don't know, like in this scenario, we don't, first of all, Portland General Electric doesn't have any co-located resources today. So I don't have the experience of dealing with these, but, or I should say the pleasure of working with these. But so my understanding is you'd receive DOTs for each of the sites. I guess I don't see, or I don't understand why an entity would actually want to reduce the battery output, or why CAISO would want to do that. I think that you guys might want to like look at that and assess actually preferring to have the actual generation asset that's not limited like the battery is, maximize that and reduce the battery just as a default, right? That was one thought there. And then another thought was along the lines of, as you guys mentioned, it is the entity's requirement, or the utility's requirement, to make sure that you meet your interconnection agreement, right? So we have, like, PGE being EIM entity, we're looking at a potential of having these in the future, and we're looking to manage them behind the scenes, but that could be managed a variety of different ways dynamically, and not necessarily something that might be based on like a master file or a hard constraint or something. So I'm kind of curious on your thoughts there about like how we could manage that and deal with that or represent that, because like if we have a battery in a solar farm and like a wind farm all behind one POI, there are different things that we might do. We might have a transmission constraint, or we might have something where we want to use the battery later for something or whatever, right? And it can change on a dynamic basis. So anyways, curious on your thoughts there.
Thank you for that feedback, John, and your question as well. So just taking that feedback about separating out between impacts of the CAISO BA and WIM, that is something that we can make sure we call out in the straw proposal, which will be the next step on position 2 and this topic moving forward. And that's the straw. It will come in the straw proposal on mixed fuel and distribution level resources. Good comment on that, and we'll explore that further. In terms of your second question about thinking about how the ISO and how resources are able to have flexibility in terms of how how they're optimized between each other. From my perspective, we usually that the hybrid resource model has additional flexibility and is designed for that self-optimization. And that's kind of, with the co-located, right, the ISO has a little bit more optimization and a little bit more sort of, kind of control almost with how the co-located resources are moved around, right? So if that is the direction that you and your team are looking to move in, it sounds like, from my limited perspective here and limited knowledge of the situation, it sounds more like a hybrid design rather than a co-located design, where you will have the opportunity to self-optimize across components under one resource ID. Sergio, do you want to add something there? Oh,
yeah. Thank you. So I just wanted to add a couple of things, John, to your question. So, yeah, I mean, the bulk of this conversation relates to the effects of AS awards on the non-VER resources that make up a co-located resource. So in that sense, this is applicable to resources that may get those kind of AS awards, and that's the focus of this topic at this time. I think another question that you raised is, would this perspective or this approach that we're sharing in slide 37, why would the ISO do this as opposed to try and maximize what they get out of the solar? That's one of the questions I heard as well, or comments. Part of that has to do with the fact that co-located resources might have different scheduling coordinators and, even different asset owners as well. So in that context, it would be the most, we would not want to have an adjustment process that unduly affects or is more preferential to one of those ACs over the other. So in the circumstance that there is an exceedance of that ACC, this is kind of the path that we take as far as the tariff and the current rules are written. As Dinesh noted, this is not something that occurs frequently at all, right? That's exactly why we have the limitations on not violating that ACC, so that we don't end up in this circumstance. But this is the approach we take given the current rules. And that reasoning is, again, mainly due to the fact that each of these resources might have a different SC, each of these assets, the battery or the solar. As Dinesh noted too, though, for those interested in having mixed fuel resources, but also the ability to kind of co-optimize them behind that POI and represent them all as a single asset with a single bit curve, that can be done through other means like the hybrid model. So I just wanted to offer that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. I'm going to close out the last slide, and then we'll take Don's question here. We've already, next slide, please, by the way, Silas. Looking at slide 38, we've talked about some of these topics already in the discussion. So, that mention about looking at the question of when should the follow DOT be issued. To us, it's clear that if the upward AS awards plus the VER PMAX, Variable Energy Resource PMAX, is greater than the ACC, that's an example of when a follow DOT should be issued, right? Looking at that, the interactions between the VER PMAX and the non-VER energy awards, that's maybe another example where if combined that's greater than the ACC, maybe that's another example of where a follow DOT should be issued, right? Where it gets a little bit more interesting and where we're really looking to hear more stakeholder perspectives on specific scenarios, right? When the sum is less than that ACC, right? So are there different kinds of configurations across different resources, right? Are there other interactions that are important in considering when there's interplay here? And as Sergio had mentioned earlier, right? If there's no follow DOT, how should we optimize the capacity? How should that optimized capacity from the market be communicated, right? And especially when there is more than 2 co-located resources, right? So, there's some places where there are 2, right? There are others where there's 4 or 5 behind a single point of interconnection. And, it may be important to continue giving follow DOTs out to ensure that between all 5 resources, especially as Rahul had mentioned, you don't necessarily, scheduling coordinators don't necessarily know what the other resources are doing. Those follow DOTs are the communication that allows for that, the proper sharing of the interconnection capacity. So, if there are comments here, great. Written comments are also welcome. And we will take all this feedback and move it to updates in the mixed fuels and distribution level resources straw proposal that will come out later this year. We will also take that stakeholder input and as we're looking into implementation scoping and think about how long changes here could take depending on different proposals and positions. Okay, let's take Don's question or comment here.
Away from CISA, can we go to the previous slide?
Yeah.
So I'm confused. Is this an actual proposed change to how the ACC is implemented? Or
No, this is the current state of affairs, Don.
All right. Well, the term new PMAX is confusing me to all get out because my understanding is the ACC, if it was 100 megawatt limit, it would ensure that the sum of the energy awards for all resources behind the POI plus the upward AS awards would be less than or equal to 100 megawatts.
Yes.
So they're not changing the PMAX of the resource or anything. They're enforcing this when determining the optimal dispatch.
So, Don, your understanding is correct here. This is in the scenario, the unusual scenario, if for whatever reason there is an exceedance of that ACC.
Well, again, you shouldn't be exceeding your point of interconnection. That's a tariff violation.
No, we
agree.
Let me.
And the market won't do it. That's why you enforce an ACC constraint.
Yeah, we agree with what you're saying, Don. This was not communicated very clearly. We apologize for that. We're raising this because if you go to slide 38, please. We're raising this and showing this because we have that question to pose of, okay, if we don't follow if we no longer have a follow DOT flag, in a circumstance like this could occur on the upward direction, right? So this is what the current tariff language would provide if the ACC is violated. This is what would be followed. We're sharing that to explain that. So that feeds into the discussion of if we don't have the follow DOT flag for upward AS or really upward of all of the potential awards for these resources, and there is a violation of that ACC because we no longer have a follow DOT flag, does this circumstance, does this a consequence explained in slide 37, should we consider modifying that? What are the feedback, the perspective of stakeholders to modify that? That is where we're going with. We're not trying to say that this is a new proposal. This is existing tariff language. We also understand that this wouldn't be violated, yes, in part because of the follow DOT flag. But if we eliminate it and we end up in a circumstance like that, this is the consequence. So we're trying to share it so as to provide, get that feedback, you know. Sorry for that lack of clarity. Yes.
Well, look, I think the previous slide actually can be helpful because again, the ACC should enforce a constraint that the sum of the energy awards and the upward AS awards needs to be less than equal to 100. Now the concern would be is, let's say in this example, you said this 130 megawatt solar. So the solar, let's say it has a forecast of 130 megawatts. Well, if it had a forecast of 130 megawatts, there's no way it would ever be dispatched above 100. And since it was dispatched down relative to its forecast, it would automatically have a follow DOT requirement. Okay. Now let's make the forecast 50. All right. Now you could actually, and you know, and if it was 130, you couldn't award any AS to the battery. You know, now let's assume that we awarded the battery was awarded 30 megawatts of AS, and the current forecast is 50 megawatts on the solar resource. The ACC is not binding. The solar resource usually would get does not need to follow a DOT, but rather generate is capable because it's being scheduled at its forecast. But you wouldn't want the aggregate of the solar and the battery with its 30 megawatt AS award to go above 100. And so I think you would say the solar resource doesn't need to follow its DOT, but it can't generate above 70 megawatts if its forecast changes relative to its dispatch.
Don, I'm following, and I think these are the types of conversations that we are looking to have with stakeholders, and in developing new guidance and new sort of policy on when these follow DOTs get issued and what they get issued to. So this scenario, right? And I believe, you know, we've got Sam's also raised his hand coming up next. I believe that's in line with what NextEra was also recommending in their position number 2. Don, did you have anything else you wanted to add there? Looks like you got locked up and mute again.
Sorry, I keep trying to unmute myself.
Yeah.
I don't have any further thing to add.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate your feedback here, Don. Thanks. Okay. Let's take Sam's hand now.
Hi there. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Hi. Yeah, Sam Heil, NextEra Analytics. First of all, just wanted to say a big thank you to CAISO for scoping this into the initiative and giving it a thoughtful discussion. This has been really helpful to kind of get the ball rolling. This has been, as you know, a priority issue for us. I'm encouraged by the discussion and also CAISO's, you know, how that CAISO's thinking along the same lines it sounds like that we were with regard to, you know, the rig down item 1. You know, for item 2, I think I shared some of Don's initial reactions. I had a little trouble with the slide we're looking at now currently because I couldn't tell. It looks like this is just an energy only dispatch. So it'd be interesting to see maybe a flavor of this slide, getting into the more detailed examples Don was talking about, where what if the battery's carrying a certain amount of AS awards and how, you know, the proportion of energy versus ancillaries on the 2 resources and in different scenarios would be pretty interesting. I guess, yeah, I had to, in trying to think about this and what, I mean, obviously it depends. There's so many fringe scenarios we could think of. Just taking maybe the more simple case where, and this happens a lot for our company, right? Where we're the scheduling coordinator for both resources. So you're not, you know, in the dark wondering what the other company is doing behind the POI you're sharing with them. In that scenario, it does seem like we're maybe talking about whether there's a functional difference between forcing that VER to follow its 5-minute DOT, which, as we talked about, could result in curtailment since that 5-minute forecast is probably going to be a little bit off or a little bit stale, versus, you know, if there is an instant, I guess, versus capping that VER to not generate more than X megawatts. So I think going back to if this is a 100 megawatt POI, let's say, yeah, all the sizes are the same, but the battery's clearing 70 of rig up. You know, if both of these are near assets, and depending on our view of what the prices were going to be and everything, it seems like we could have a strategy that says, well, let's just clear as much, let's clear the full 70 of rig up on the battery, and let's just let the solar ride up to 30. But the nuance that I think may exist, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there's a difference between saying, well, let's force the solar to follow its 5-minute DOT, however that would look in this example, versus just relying on site controls and whatever else on the market participant side to cap the solar's output at a hard 30. Obviously, that gets more tricky if they're different scheduling coordinators, but I just wanted to throw that out there, I guess. Very curious to see if CAISO had a reaction to that.
Yeah, and one more thing to add is, you know, with things like regulation up and sort of the deliverability of that reg award, right? You know, the goal is to have that flexibility, right? That is provided by the reg up award, right? The goal is to maintain that regulation award, right? So, you know, with that solar resource potentially having the flexibility of producing up and down, we do not want to get it to a point where it is infringing on a reg up, right? Because, you know, that ability to move up and down almost instantaneously is very important and is the purpose of that award. Sam, you might have gone back on mute again. I don't know if you had more to add.
Yeah, thanks. Now, and that makes sense. And I guess kind of echoing what Rahul was saying earlier, to the extent CAISO is able to provide more kind of forensics on, where this requirement came from in that upcoming straw proposal, that'd be great. But it sounds like we have an informal consensus that, yeah, that's what the purpose is here. I guess, yeah, it'd be interesting to think more about whether that version could still be allowed to bounce around freely with a hard ceiling of 30, and whether that's different from being held to a 5-minute DOT from CAISO that may look a little different from that and maybe be slightly less flexible from the scheduling coordinator's perspective, to the extent, you know, they control both resources at least.
When you say bounce around 30, did you mean like, you meant like potentially exceeding 30, or you meant below 30? Just making sure I'm understanding it correctly. I think you might have gone back on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I keep getting muted. Yeah, I guess I just meant, maybe this is just my own, for my own education, if there's a difference between being forced to follow a 5-minute value, it's calculated from CAISO, versus just, you know, being allowed to generate the full 30, you know, at that 30 ceiling in this example. If there's some cloud cover, it goes down to 25, then it goes back up to 30, but maybe still you'd be squeezing out a little more energy from your solar resource there compared to following a 5-minute value that may be more conservative than allowing it to just max out at 30 to the extent possible.
Right. Yes. Okay. Understood. Yeah, we're on the same page about that in terms of understanding.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's
Yeah, we do have Kathleen, and also for those who are like asking a question, make sure don't put yourself on mute. The WebEx will put you back on mute, but we can do that. Go ahead, Kathleen, introduce yourself. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. So, you know, we submitted this in written comments, maybe not as firm as I'm going to say right now, but I think since those written comments, as I've thought about this issue more, I think I'm getting more confident and more comfortable with kind of the initial position that we started outlining. So I'm going to be pretty, like, maybe say this is more of like a vetted position this time around. You know, I think that there's a difference between when we think about market issues or operational issues, and we think about what is the suite of the solutions that we could pursue. You could separate and categorize those by either command and control or more incentive-based approaches. We used to say this phrase a lot, reliability through markets, back when that was like a core part of the belief system of the ISO design policy approach, was creating reliability through markets, through incentives, rather than relying on very command and control approaches. I keep going back on those memories and some of that approach of how you do market design, I think is exactly what we're the crux of the policy debate here is, should a follow dot flag be used in order to apply a very command and control approach to limit the dispatch of the solar, let's say, element of the co-located resource for the purpose of protecting the ancillary service award on the storage. A different approach to this that I actually think is much more rooted in market design precedent is to use more of an incentives or a penalty structure. So when we think about ancillary services, one of the core challenges is fears that the ancillary services that have been procured that are needed for reliability reasons may not be available or may not show up for a multitude of issues. And so over the last, however, at least a couple decades, we've been designing and making improvements to a very core functionality of the market. That core functionality is ancillary services, pay for performance, you can call it no pay. Almost, that is a common functionality across markets. Part of the reason that it's so important to have that within our market design is that when you try to define very specific instances or scenarios to apply a more of a command and control approach, you're always going to miss some things because there are always going to be edge cases in the market. And so an approach like pay for performance or no pay is very elegant because it's an after the fact review. The other thing, an after the fact review that penalizes performance for ancillary service awards that do not show up. If that penalty is high enough, then it's going to send an incentive to the operator, just like Sam was talking about, trying to think through those trade-offs and that exposure that they are exposed to in order to value what is the relative value for the scheduling coordinator of a cost of curtailment on the solar side, which might be quite high or might not be because it's very contractual and it's very site-specific, versus what is the reliability value of maintaining that ancillary service upward position we're talking about. So if pay for performance is correctly designed and the penalty is sufficiently tuned to send that signal, then you're going to get through markets, reliability through markets. You're going to get the response that you're looking for. Now, I've noted some potential flaws. So the scope of this effort should be looking at ancillary service pay for performance improvements. Are those penalties not sufficiently high? Is that after the fact review failing to capture these instances where ancillary service on the storage is not available due to for performance? Part of the trouble with that is if you're applying command and control functionality right now, doing any kind of historical assessment isn't going to really help us. But if we can think about it theoretically, you can walk through this thought exercise and you can see how, as long as the no pay methodology captures these instances to include them in that calculation and appropriately assess the penalties, those are very core designs of the ancillary service market design that we should be making sure are shored up, I would say, in a very expeditious manner. That is preferable to us over a command and control approach that could be limiting efficiencies, and not to mention could be undermining long-term clean energy goals of the state. So I think we need to be smarter about how we're approaching this problem and make sure that we're scoping this appropriately to include the consideration of stopping this practice and doing two things: making sure that the incremental ancillary service requirements that are identified in the real-time markets are capturing this issue to add to the FMM incremental AS requirements that need to procure incremental AS so that we have reliability through the market procurement process. The second piece is we need to make sure that ancillary service no pay methodology and the penalty assessed for those unavailabilities is sufficiently robust enough to send the right signal to meter this behavior as well. That will help minimize the need to procure incremental AS through the market. But those two functionalities, we need to make sure are operating appropriately in our market. And once we do that assessment, I think you can stop applying the follow dot on the renewables. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen. Interesting comments there. So, you know, one clarifying question that I have for you is, this all sounds like it's on the AS side rather than the variable energy resource side. And, you know, one of the considerations is whether that, you know, the responsibility actually falls on the variable energy resource, not to, given the flexibility in in generation, right? Is, you know, whether the penalties and sort of the responsibilities go on the very resource side rather than the non-very resource that is providing AS. Those are just initial questions and clarifying comments from me. I think I also see that I think we've lost you. So if you have any more comments, feel free to raise your hand. We'll take it. Oh,
I think she raised her hand. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Brenda. I think they found me. No, I appreciate the question. The issue here is unavailable ancillary services, right? It's not a VER issue. It's a ancillary service awards on a storage that's co-located, where there's this, your examples show it, you know, the performance is potentially impacted as a result of another unit's operation. But the issue, true reliability issue, is ancillary service award on a storage that may not be able to be provided. And there's like a multitude of reasons that can occur, which is the point I'm trying to put on the table for us all to think harder about. This is just one of a suite of issues that could lead to a storage being unable to deliver its stated charge. Because if you focus on the issue, the reliability challenge, we then identify the issue. The best practice market design flows this way, right? You challenge, issue, suite of solutions to address that issue, and then you identify what's feasible from an implementation cost perspective to get at the solution that we need, right? So that's kind of best practice path. What happens if you look at a symptom? So I think I think your question is really good, Dinesh. Like, well, why wouldn't we look at the symptom or the one of the drivers and not look at the outcome we're trying to correct for? If you try to identify scenarios where you would, quote unquote, penalize the solar, I think it becomes very fraught, because these market arrangements, those two units may not even be the same market participant. There could be multiple entities that have jointly owned arrangements with differing agreements for how the units are going to be scheduled and operated. And because of the complexity around that, I don't think it's best practice to say, let's penalize one component that may not be commercially attached to another component. And because of this complexity, it's one of the, I think, a really strong argument for why we shouldn't be trying to do like back of the envelope market design, where we try to address a symptom, not the problem. If we address the problem, get those incentives right, you're going to capture all of the scenarios that you're trying to address.
And to be clear, your suggested problem statement here revolves around deliverability of AS awards from battery resources, and sort of the incentives we've set around penalties for not meeting those. Is that correct?
And that is the problem statement, as I understand that CAISO has explained it, including yourself very dexterly. Yeah.
I'm not endorsing that problem statement there, but I'm glad
I believe you presented that problem statement, Dinesh. So if you don't endorse that, maybe in your next set of calls, you should dig deeper. But my follow-up question for you would be, is if there is a problem statement on the VER operations, which you haven't articulated yet, to be honest, what is it?
In terms of, like in this scenario, is that what the question is here?
Yeah, and I think Sergio wants to take a stab at articulating the VER problem statement.
Yeah, I mean, my sense of the VER problem statement is one of, and again, this is a discussion, right? Is a sense of, the AS award has already been awarded, right? And in this scenario, the VER, it's a question of the VER exceeding what would otherwise be that 5-minute forecast, right? So where that problem statement lies is, what are the scenarios where that
Wait,
VER...
Dinesh, before you, can I, a follow-up question? I'm so sorry. Before you keep going, that was helpful. Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure, okay.
Okay, great. Okay, understood the operational example. What is the reliability challenge that occurs when that happens with the VER?
The reliability challenge would be encroachment on an ancillary service award, such that the non-VER is unable to meet that AS award and provide the reliability benefits to the grid.
Can I chime in here?
Perfect articulation of the problem statement. Thanks for endorsing it so clearly. Yes, Sergio.
I have several comments on what Kathleen has shared. I understand your perspective, Kathleen, that rethinking the ISO's perspective on ensuring the delivery of AS from storage resources would also contribute to this conversation. I understand that perspective.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't really fully share the understanding of the decisions or the awards that were made to one of the assets that comprise a co-located resource might or should never affect the other resources that comprise that co-located resource. And my reasoning being, they are aware that they are sharing a point of interconnection. They are aware that they decided to have an ACC. They could have had a different level of service or interconnection if they had interconnected differently. Even if you have different entities as the scheduling coordinators, they are both subject to that ACC, and they must, we must ensure that their dispatch respects that ACC. So in that regard, a part of why we might want to consider, up until now, not to say that this is not up for discussion, right? Like, we are discussing this topic right here, but up until now, part of why we've been designing this the way and working it the way we have has to do with the fact that these resources have chosen to be behind that ACC, and they've agreed to not violate it, right? So we have developed a scheme that would ensure that it is not violated. If we do away with part of this scheme, we might need to reevaluate some of the issues or penalties associated to it. But I definitely hear you that if we were to, instead of be thinking about this as a follow DOT flag and think about it as a more robust or, complete re-ideation of how we think AS, that might also impact that issue. This is not how NextEra framed this issue. And it is, we are being responsive to that framing rather quickly as well. But I appreciate the comments. Thank you.
And
thanks, Sergio. Just a quick
and
clarification.
one more thing to add there,
sure,
Kathleen, is that this is, we are moving quickly on position one. And my goal with this presentation was to make that clear to the stakeholder community and make sure that we have the proper discussions and understanding about position 1 here. We have not yet moved to a straw proposal on position 2 yet. And this is almost like a teaser into the larger discussions that will happen around this topic. And, you know, the thoughts that you have shared, these are the types of things that we hope to be having in future conversations as well.
No, I understand. I appreciate it. And I'm sharing it broadly with the stakeholder community to get everyone thinking about it. I appreciate that it's in scope for further discussions. I did just want to clarify that one thing Sergio kind of construed my comments as implying that the operations of the 2 units wouldn't impact each other. And I did want to clarify that I don't believe I said that. An aggregate capability constraint would, of course, should be in effect to make sure that the dispatches are respecting that point of interconnection. What I am saying is that an additional limitation may be undermining the efficiency of operations in a way that gets to a less efficient outcome. Whereas if you have a penalty structure that appropriately penalizes and you're procuring to backfill that, then you don't have a reliability issue. And you have a penalty structure where the entities behind that point of interconnection are now actually incentivized to most efficiently respect that point of interconnection. So I actually believe penalties absolutely cause a need for entities to consider operations more holistically. And I appreciated this in conversation. I guess the last thing I just would note is I really hope the CAISO continues to strive down market design path, striving for excellence in our market design. So I appreciate that things are being requested to move fast, and appreciate you taking things that you can clarify as a first priority. But anything that we're talking about, we try to strive towards excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. Just wanted to flag, John, thank you very much for your written comment there about sort of kind of teasing out a little bit more about the differences between EIM and BAA, or CAISO BAA. And this is something that we will take into consideration as we develop the straw proposal here. Moving on to Brian.
GEA. I had a question on, I think it's the next slide back. This is actually related to a city ticket I have open. So,
Hey, Brian, we hear background noise. Can you introduce yourself again? Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, one second. All right, can you hear me now better?
Hello?
Oh, that's better. Yes, let's go with that. Thanks,
Sorry.
Brian.
Yeah, Brian Wynn from TEA. Sorry about that. Can you go back up one slide, I believe? I had a city ticket open on this, so this is timely. It looks like this is saying if there's an ACC limit needs to be put in place and you have a VER and a non-VER, that they'll basically, that reduction will be applied equally or in equal ratios.
So this is not, keep in mind that this is not this is a hypothetical if the ACC and the interconnection limit is exceeded.
Right.
So just want to make sure that we're not mixing up scenarios here. This isn't a full example of the follow DOT flag.
Yeah, and this maybe wasn't specifically around the follow DOT flag. This is just in general how this gets applied. It looks like it says or in ratio requested by the customer. Is there current functionality to request one side gets limited before the other side?
Yeah, so the interconnection customer can request, and that is something that I don't have full details on, but it's something that you know, the team that's handling those contracts, it's a tariff requirement that the customer is allowed to request a ratio.
Okay, that's good to know. And so that would be like on NRI process, not something the scheduler or coordinator is submitting or requesting. Is that right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Brian. All right, moving back to Rahul.
Just one point I wanted to make. I think the question that we've been discussing, that if we don't have a follow your DOT flag, it's possible that ACC may get relaxed because there is a ancillary service on storage that is needed to be dispatched, and the total output might exceed the POI. I wanted to make a note that most of the entities who have projects whose sum of PMAX exceed the POI limit have controls in place never to violate their interconnection. So as you are thinking of formulation of how to solve these problems, it could be as simple as saying it's the responsibility of the power plant or whatever set up for them to make sure you never exceed, and then everything else has to follow DOT. Everything has to generate as per market dispatch, except for solar that has the ability to generate up to its capability, right? So that might be the solution. May be as simple as that. So I just wanted to make sure you keep that in mind when you do the straw proposal.
Thank you, Rahul. And that is currently my understanding of where we are at, in the sense that there is a responsibility already in the tariff that resources do not exceed the ACC, right? And in some ways, it's a question of, well, if there's a certain amount of capacity behind the ACC, right? Who and it's one thing if there's one VER and one non-VER, right? But when we're in scenarios where there's multiple VERs and multiple non-VERs, it can get a little dicey, right? And so that's really the scenario that we're thinking about a little bit more, and we'd like stakeholders to also provide feedback on. But yes, I as it stands, it's the status quo is working, right? It just it's not necessarily unlocking that it whether or not it's being overly restrictive or somewhat restrictive of additional dispatch of the VER. That's kind of the scenario in my mind.
That's a good point about multiple asset owners and scheduling coordinators. I think I can take back as an action item to see if we could present whenever you discuss that next. So
Okay.
I just put that in note for you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahul. Okay, let's move it to Don again. And also, could we move back to slide 38? Thank you.
Don Trethway, CISA. Just a quick data request, Dinesh. I think it would be really good to see how often the ACC is binding, or excuse me, the ACC is non-binding, and there's been a follow DOT instruction to a VER. Because in those instances, there could be potentially additional output that we could get out of the VER without jeopardizing reliability. If the ACC is binding, then follow DOT is appropriate.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will take that into consideration. Thanks, Don. I think that might be an old hand from Rahul. Okay, yeah, perfect. Moving on to Kathleen.
I think that was an error.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, so then we'll move it back to Sam then.
Hi, Sam at NextEra again. Yeah, great discussion. I guess I just wanted to add, when we introduced this issue, we were thinking of it in two pieces at a high level. One was if we own just the solar, it's not fun to be in the dark when you're getting curtailed and you don't know why. So I wondered maybe as part of this discussion if CAISO would be open to considering like putting some sort of informational flag in CMRI or elsewhere where, you know, if that type of market participant could just have for informational purposes some record of when this is happening so they can train their strategies or whatever better. Not too dissimilar from what I think I just heard Don suggest about, you know, tracking binding versus non-binding ACC intervals. The second piece, of course, is if, you know, especially if you have control of both resources, you want to squeeze as much solar out as possible and not have overly restrictive or conservative curtailments on the solar side. And to that end, maybe it would just help me, since this discussion has gotten so technical, on the prior slide, maybe just a walkthrough either here or if there's not enough time when we get to that straw proposal, just some basic level setting on what happens, you know, when that 70 megawatt battery, let's say, picks up a full 70 megawatt reg up award in the day ahead. The co-located solar doesn't participate in day ahead. It shows up in real time. What happens to the solar? You know, let's say the solar forecast is it's wide open. There's enough sun for the full 130, but obviously the ACC won't allow that. So how does its DOT set, and how's the fault flag work? That would help me.
You know, I'd love to have that full discussion now, Sam. I think, you know, we are running low on time, and we've got other topics we'd like to discuss. So we'll take that, and we'll definitely come up with examples going into that straw proposal. Thanks for your comments. Okay, last hand from John Kitchen here. John, we can't hear.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was going to talk, but I know you guys are behind, so I put my hand back down, but I guess you guys unmuted me. You guys can move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, John. And with that, let's move on to bid cost recovery. Sergio, are you ready to take it from here?
Yes, thank you. If you can give me presenting rights, Silas, thank you very much. Okay. Okay. So wanted to use this time to talk about some of the perspectives we heard from bid cost recovery topics in a prior round of feedback from stakeholders, provide some of the ISO's initial perspectives on that, stimulate some conversation. We also included in our notice for this meeting, you know, an invitation for stakeholders interested in presenting on any of the matters, really, to let us know. So we'll have a presentation later on from CISA around their conceptual framework to rethink real-time uplift for storage. If your organization is interested in you know, presenting some ideas on this or other matters in future meetings, please know that that invitation is always open. It's always reiterated in our notices. So let's get started. We had a couple of conversations around the BCR in our last meeting on the 30th. Then we got comments as well from stakeholders. We really wanted to use that last meeting, to go over some of the current drivers of uplift or of BCR, really, to try and categorize them, since a lot of the feedback we've heard from stakeholders on how to rethink this framework was based on, you know, trying to determine what is the driver or the agent actor causing negative revenues. So in comments, some stakeholders offered you know, pretty detailed comments as to how they saw each of the drivers that the ISO presented last month. Others focused more so on providing some principles or, you know, general ideas to guide the conversation, and others offered some conceptual frameworks, and we'll cover that here and give some some form of summary and also some form of response to them. So a majority of stakeholders supported the idea of a principle-based approach that is focused on determining the actor that caused negative revenues. The key kind of difference or split we saw was between owner / scheduling coordinator responsibility versus the market optimization or the market design driving the negative revenues. In general, I think that there was a sense of a guiding principle being if the resource was not able to recover their costs due to scheduling coordinator or owner action, then uplift is not warranted. But if the resource was not able to recover their costs due to either market optimization, market design, or market operator action, then uplift is warranted. I think you will see that this principle was broadly applied by the majority of stakeholders in their comments when discussing the different drivers that we tried to do an inventory of in our last meeting. And it definitely informs a lot of the discussion here and the complexity of it, since given the intertemporal nature of storage, it's not immediately obvious what action in prior intervals may have caused negative revenues in future intervals. So good to see that there's a starting point where I think there's a general sense of agreement, but of course there's still details to figure out given the particularities of storage. In this very same vein, we saw that several stakeholders argued that there are instances of market design or intervention that certainly warrant uplift in a future framework. The majority of those focused on exceptional dispatch and mitigation, and some mentioned MIO. I will focus in this slide on ED and mitigation, and we'll talk about MIO in the next slide. I think broadly, it's quite clear that exceptional dispatch or market power mitigation would fall on the end of action related to the market design or market operation action. Following that principle would be understandable that any future framework would still warrant uplift for those impacts if they are the driver of negative revenues. I think that is a position that is not, particularly for exceptional dispatch and mitigation, it's a position that is not, it wasn't contested or, very vocally on the comments we received. Now, in the presentation we had last month, in our last meeting, we talked about how the majority of the VCR that storage resources receive today is really associated to real-time VCR. Day-ahead VCR, on the other hand, is quite limited, and it's almost entirely due to either bid parameters that are bid in by the scheduling coordinator or self-schedules. So in that context, we saw in the comments that a significant share of stakeholders agree that unless we find some instance that might warrant day-ahead VCR, it can be eliminated in most scenarios. Something to note here is there was some discussion around the initial day-ahead state of charge value and how to ensure that that is relatively accurate and it doesn't trigger or create the conditions for negative revenues. For that, we have an additional point, an additional slide to talk about that. But I think there was definitely in the comments some form of consensus that maybe we can do away with the day-ahead VCR in general, unless there's some outlier circumstance that is raised by stakeholders. and we can mostly focus moving forward on the real-time considerations of it and that they had, including that they had initial SOC. So now talking about MIO, we discussed this. We have discussed this both in the context of the VCR issue already, but we've also heard in our last meeting from Nextera this notion of potentially, this notion put forth by Nextera of considering a form of maybe additional or new make-whole mechanism for resources that are dispatched or held in the binding interval given advisory conditions. So with regards to MIO, I think there was a broad agreement that there is no need at this time to potentially develop a new form of make-whole payment due to this circumstance of the binding interval being affected by advisory intervals. This is pretty much informed by the fact that the realization of a net loss across the trade date is an important factor to consider and trigger any form of make-whole payment. It was also informed a bit by asks for additional information even before we look at this idea as a potential option. So some stakeholders urged the ISO to conduct more analysis on the losses and benefits of MIO as it relates to storage resources, so as to better understand how it interacts with these assets and also determine if there's any merit to assess this in the framework of Uplift. Key asks are around how often the MIO influences dispatch in the binding interval, how often are advisory prices substantially different from binding prices, and what are generally the causes for these dispatches. We are working on these asks, and we'll be able to report back on that in our next meeting. Particularly, the first two might require some data. The third one really will be more similar to a discussion around different drivers as well. This is because really just by looking at the data, it is quite difficult to discern in a given instance what specifically drove that dispatch. I mean, we know the different factors that could have driven that dispatch, but when looking at a given instance, it's more complex to be able to ascertain or attribute causality in that regard. So we are working on this. We are listening to that request so that we can inform that conversation in our next meeting. And again, the goal here is to provide a better sense of the losses and benefits associated to MIO as it relates to storage. But at the current time, we, as most stakeholders as well, agree that there is no need to develop a new form of make-whole payment for these instances. A significant share of the stakeholders also weighed in on whether day-ahead self-scheduling or any form of uninstructed deviation should warrant a form of uplift, and the majority of these stakeholders agree that this behavior should result in some form of ineligibility. I would note, in particular for the uninstructed deviations, some stakeholders argued for the creation of a form of, let's say, a band and of where it would be tolerable to deviate within without creating or resulting in ineligibility. So this is something that we're taking into account as well as we develop our own STOR proposals too, and kind of think about not only this issue, but the issues around other topics or parameters that might benefit from the creation of some tolerance band. Some stakeholders asked in their comments for additional information regarding the recently approved proposal on BCR that was approved late last year by the governing body and our board. Stakeholders argued that it would be valuable to evaluate the performance of that policy before thinking about additional reforms. The ISO generally would disagree with that. We have documented very clearly since the prior initiative, since the prior effort, that there are two challenges related to storage resources and BCR. One had to do with the potential of the bids of storage resources to unduly inflate negative revenue, unduly inflate the bid cost component and therefore the shortfall that is calculated given intervals. That is what was sought to be addressed with the modification approved late last year. The other piece, though, is the incentive to actually, reflect real-time conditions and the consequence of being exposed to real-time prices in the and conditions in the event of not being able to meet an award. That is what we're trying to address in this effort. We do not believe that we need to wait or reassess based on the approved proposal before we start thinking about additional reforms. That is because as the ISO, DMM, the MSC have clearly articulated, these are separate and concurrent issues that occur within the same framework. So we are committed to addressing it starting now with these conversations, right? On the request for additional information on the impact of that approved proposal, that is something that we will communicate as that is implemented. We are expecting this modification to be implemented later this year. And as mentioned in the filing itself, it will allow for resettlement to the date when it was approved. So as we have that and more information, we can provide some insights into those effects. At this time, we do not have that data, but we'll provide it when available. Other comments we got were some stakeholders asked for additional discussion of the magnitude of storage VCR payments. In our presentation in last meeting, we noted that storage resources, the VCR payments relative to them, constitute about 11% of total VCR, around $18–19 million. The comments that asked for additional discussion here suggested that that was an amount that is perhaps not as concerning, or that we could contextualize it a bit more. In response, we want to note that our ongoing monitoring reveals that storage bid cost recovery has remained generally stable despite the growth of the battery fleet. So, this is important to know because we've seen a significant growth of these resources, and, the payments have seemed to remain generally stable. That being said, the inefficiency concerns related to the design of storage VCR are still present. And despite the fact that the amount of VCR payments might not immediately give sticker shock to some stakeholders, it is still a fact that it must be resolved to provide the adequate incentives for these resources to bid, to manage their state of charge, and be available as they need to, and to close a gap that, in the words of the MSC, creates heads. The storage resource doesn't lose tails, it can profit, right? It's a kind of situation. We also want to note that this is there are potential reliability risks associated with this inefficiency created by the incentives of the VCR construct today. And while those reliability risks exist, mild summer conditions and a large fleet of storage resources so far have limited the need for operation action to mitigate those risks. But their presence, is still something that we need to keep an eye on, and that we are, obligated to, and we are trying to mitigate here. I have a couple more slides. I see there's a hand. Let me just finish this couple slides and we'll go to the hands. Regarding the differences in the initial SOC, we did talk about this quite a bit in our last meeting. This is because we found that this day-ahead initial SOC parameter does create some VCR challenges, and we saw comments from a lot of stakeholders noting that defaulting to a 0 value in the case that no initial day-ahead SOC value was submitted, or that we don't have one from the last market run, that defaulting to that value might be something we want to revise so as to eliminate this risk. Key recommendation we saw was the creation of a threshold for variance between the bid-in value and the actual initial SOC. I've included here some of the language as to how to create that variance threshold. And this is, the kind of proposal recommendation that we greatly appreciate. It does seem in line with, creating an incentive for resources to bid a value, that is reasonable, since in the case that they are, pretty off, that would have an impact on their eligibility for uplift in this case. So we welcome this proposal. I think this is something that we'll want to discuss further, and both from our perspective and the stakeholders that put this forth, if you want to, further develop this and present it, and or just share it with us, and we can obviously do that too, incorporate it in our own straw proposal, we'd welcome that. And finally, some stakeholders also put forth some conceptual frameworks for consideration. I've included slides here to cover those put forth by Vistra and CISA, but I would only focus on the one by Vistra, since CISA will have a presentation later on, and I think it would be preferable for them to frame their framework, to present their framework. So focusing on the Vistra one, Vistra put forth a concept predicated on a very meaningful revision of the constraints applicable to storage resources. Some of that has been kind of mentioned a bit by Kathleen earlier in this call. Basically, Vistra proposes an elimination of VCR in both the ISM and the real-time markets, provided that the ISO does these 3 changes, right? And a couple others. This is for brevity, of course, but these are the main ones of ceasing market power mitigation for storage resources, effectively making it so that the mitigation driver is gone, eliminating the ASSOC constraints, and ceasing the practice of allowing an AS obligation to be converted into an energy position when derates occur. These last 2, I think, are harken back a little bit to a conversation we just had, Kathleen Dinesh and I, on AS, et cetera. So the logic of this being, if the management of state of charge and is fully on the resource by eliminating these constraints, then Vistra would be okay with not necessitating a VCR construct on IFM or real time. This being said, Vistra did argue that, if these 3 changes outlined here are not pursued, then a robust uplift framework will continue to be needed for storage resources. So I'll pause here to take any questions, comments, hear any reactions, and then we'll move on to CISA's presentation to cover their own conceptual framework, which, as I mentioned, I included some slides here, but I'd rather not get into those since we have the benefit of CISA presented. So thank you. Can we go with Callie?
WPTF, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I have a quick question for you and then a couple comments. So my first one is related to the BCR changes that we all went through. My months are blurring sometime last year that was approved by the board. Do we have a date yet? Last I checked on the release planning website, there was no date as to when that would be implemented.
Yes, so we are targeting implementation in Q4 this year. The goal is to do that ahead of December because that will allow us to both do resettlement of dates starting December 1st of last year, but also it will allow any market participant to work with the ISO in case there's any question, disputes, etc. So Q4, that's where I would keep it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then a couple comments. So this is really kind of getting at, I think, one of the main reasons why it might make sense to not move forward full speed ahead with changing a framework that hasn't even been modified yet with stuff that's already been approved. It's more that making sure that we're prioritizing the CAISO resources appropriately. Obviously, we all spent several hours, months on end of last year coming up with that interim solution that's now hopefully going to be in place by the end of this year, with the idea that that is going to mitigate a lot of the issues. You know, it's not going to mitigate everything that you guys have raised, but it'll mitigate a lot of them so that the issues and concerns aren't as significant as they were when you guys raised the issue over a year ago. And with that, if it's not a significant concern, then the CAISO could reprioritize their resources and focus on other things in the market that are of higher priority. I'm like, one that comes to mind is price formation. We've been talking scarcity pricing for 3 years now, and we haven't seen a straw proposal. So that to me seems to should be a higher priority issue than changing a BCR framework that changes haven't even been implemented yet. And then on a related but somewhat different note, we do have EDAM and DAME coming down the road. As far as I know, those envelope equations are still in that proposal. We have a lot of changes coming into the market, and we have no idea. I mean, theoretically, we have an idea, but there are going to be some unforeseen pricing issues, I'm sure, that come out of that, or dispatch issues. So moving full speed ahead right now, saying let's get rid of BCR, to me, ahead of EDAM and DAME and getting experience with what's coming with that, gives me some hesitation there. I think it might make sense to wait, get the BCR implementation changes in place by the end of this year, get EDAM and DAME and the envelope equations, if that's still part of the package, in the market, see what happens, and then let's evaluate at that point in time what changes, if any, should be implemented with BCR before we just kind of go full speed ahead. I think it's more of a prioritizing the CAISO resources and issues thing. When some of those stakeholders are commenting on let's pump the brakes a little bit on this one, or the magnitude of the issue might not be as big to warrant such heavy lifting on the CAISO side. But that was the comments I just wanted to add. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. A quick response on my end would be that the changes we've made address a part of the issue. The changes we would discuss here address a different part of the issue. they are definitely looking at, the same framework, but they're addressing different elements. The other piece I would say is I would try to not frame what we're trying to do here as, quote, moving full speed ahead to eliminate VCR. That's not really how I would frame the effort here. I'd say we're moving full steam ahead. Let's skip that part. We're moving full steam ahead on discussing a new framework for uplift for storage resources. That might entail either a situation where some current drivers in VCR would not be warrant uplift in a new framework. It would also could entail a new framework where there are new rules or triggers or elements that feed into uplift. But I wouldn't say that we're trying here to move quickly to its elimination. We're trying to move quickly in the discussion of how to reform it holistically for storage, right? And the last kind of a response I'd offer on your point around the resources of the ISO, we are definitely, very aware and conscientious of that as well. What we're trying to do here with VCR is to move ahead with the policy discussions with our stakeholders to, move ahead in that policy development. But of course, the timeline for implementation and its impacts will always be in consideration of other projects existing and in the pipeline. So I just wanted to offer those, and thank you for the comment. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess in terms of policy development, I get a little nervous having policy development discussions on a VCR framework, knowing full well that there are massive changes coming into the market. But this time next year, hopefully they'll be in, and there's going to be things that come up that our policy discussions now have missed. So that's a huge aspect of it. And the other one in terms of prioritizing resources is there's policy development discussions on other issues that the CAISO has been paused for months now, has been taking 3 years on, and we're not seeing any movement there that I think personally are a higher priority issue, because those are going to get stronger price signals, which will naturally also help VCR. So I think it's more of a prioritizing resources in terms of moving forward with policy discussions on bigger issues, or issues that might actually help this one if we have those first, and then also waiting until we get those massive market changes in place before we make any concrete policy decisions on VCR, because there will inevitably be factors, I'm sure, that come up under EDAM and DAME that we need to think about when it comes to VCR, and we won't have that experience or that knowledge right now. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Let's see if there's other hands. Kathleen.
Great, thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Assuming you can hear me, then keep going. So I think that was a helpful back and forth. I will give a massive shout out first towards price formation enhancements being one of the most critical policy discussions that needs to be moving full speed ahead and having some solution in place. Poor scarcity pricing design, poor market design have a way more outsized negative impact on incentives that scheduling coordinators are not receiving. And I'm saying SD, so both on the load and the supply side. That's a huge area of high priority. I definitely support that. That's the most important element of policy work for the CAISO, at least to me, to us. The CAISO has on its plate, and it feels very mothballed, which is very sad. So just taps on that, definitely support that. That's where we should be focusing our efforts. Those incentives are what will help drive most efficient performance. And it's not just incentives, but those also lead to penalties in certain instances of buybacks or sellbacks, right? So that's really where the magic happens, is when you have a market design that's been designed to provide the incentives through penalties or through other kind of pricing. And I just hope we're striving towards trying to find that excellence in the future someday. So that said, I did want to also give you some feedback, Sergio. I appreciate you saying that you're not intending to communicate a message of preference towards eliminating bid cost recovery as a part of this discussion. I did want to provide feedback that that is the message I'm hearing. And so, Callie, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but sort of that her conversation teed you to say that, which I feel like it has to be. I really just want to provide that feedback of, if that's not your intent, I think you maybe want to think about how you want to message going forward and how you maybe want to refine your message, because I do hear that, and I have heard that for months now in all your presentations. And part of, if I can give you an example, part of how I hear that, and I've been through these presentations and workshops, I believe that I'm seeing almost like a dogmatic belief being like built within the CAISO and, let's say, DMM potentially, but within that, your side leaning in that direction. So even if you haven't arrived on that as a decision, you're communicating, or you're messaging it out in a certain way that indicates that. And part of why I hear that in these discussions is, like your last meeting on this topic, you went through and kind of try to frame up the discussion from the perspective of what are some market scenarios that warrant VCR or don't warrant VCR. And many of them were in scenarios that were discussing market design gaps or market design flaws. And to have a discussion where you've framed up a market design gap or flaw from the perspective of whether or not you should be compensating assets with uplift when they're suboptimally used due to a market design or flaw, like that is counter to the whole point of the market, right? The idea is
for a moment, Kathleen?
Sure. Does that make sense? When you work through those examples, some of them were market design flaws, and I'd love you to respond, but I think that's the clearest example I can give to you about your messaging and how it might be indicating that you're leaning towards getting rid of VCR altogether.
Okay, thank you for the comment. I would answer that. You mentioned in our prior meetings, in all our prior materials, we've been clear that we're trying to work with stakeholders to develop this kind of principled approach, as we mentioned here, of what may warrant or not VCR. This is a conversation that goes back to the prior initiative. And what we've heard even in this one has been, the true driver is who caused the negative revenue. Was it the owner or the scheduling coordinator action, or was it the market optimization or the market design or market operator action, right? That was the purpose of last meeting. The purpose of last meeting was to present current drivers, to get feedback on how people perceive these issues, so that we can have comments that guide us towards this kind of conclusions. The majority of stakeholders say that under these two instances, and some say under MIO, there will be, it's warranted to have uplift. We're not trying to preempt that by saying we will get rid of it. We're trying to stimulate that conversation. I appreciate the feedback on, let's make even more clear that that's the goal.
Well, I think that's great. And let's keep walking down this path. So the next logical thing to take is, okay, so you went through a list of things. You didn't communicate clearly that you also agree that there's market design flaws or gaps. So I think communicating that can be helpful next time around. But the other thing that occurred in these conversations is as you talk about multiple different scenarios and what you're starting to tee up this idea that you may be going down a path where you are trying to think if there's an implementation route by which you can try to identify all of these different scenarios, not include other scenarios. So we have a false positive, false negative issues as we start to work through that. The other thing I hear with that logic path is that that sounds incredibly complicated. And that sounds like it would require quite a bit of complexity to be built into our existing bid cost recovery process. And I am very skeptical that that is feasible to implement in a way that will not lead to errors or issues with the actual operational process of it being implemented and then how it's performed. And I am afraid of an increased need to submit disputes, to work through issues with the CAISO, which adds a huge administrative burden on the operator side, where I really hope we can focus on doing what we do best, which is operating assets, supporting reliability, and bringing supply to load. Like, that's what my company, what we're trying to do here. I do not want to have a market design approach that is so complex, it's going to have so many challenges potentially being implemented, that once it's implemented, we're going to have potentially a much higher burden of making sure it was done correctly and submitting disputes. So that brings up a completely different fear. And so then it makes me hear that at the end of the day, you're going to identify it can't be implemented in a way that is going to be ideal for both the CAISO, because you don't want that either, to have to go through all of those disputes and go through that entire process, nor are you going to want to have an overly complex implementation. So we're going to get to a path at the end of it where you've walked us down, where we arrive to a conclusion that you can't really identify anything that can be implemented. That's the other reason I hear that you're just driving us down a path towards eliminating BCR. But I hope this feedback is helpful. So maybe think on it, and then in future conversations, you can help clarify. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. I would say these conversations, when we discussed this first in the prior efforts, we noted that, a full redesign of Uplift was probably warranted, and that would take a bit longer. It would need holistic discussions around storage. That's what we're engaging in here. I think that if we are, I hear you say in your comments a couple of times that when I say something, you might interpret it as we're going in this path. What we've said is what we've been doing. And that is, we want to hear from stakeholders about these challenges that might warrant or not. What do they see as applicable for a new framework of Uplift or not? Then we also are going to take that into account in our own formation of a straw proposal, but we're already seeing as well other conceptual frameworks being brought up, and we appreciate that, and that is the goal of this process. If it's a conversation that touches upon different topics, if it takes a bit longer than the prior conversation we had, that is to be expected. Since in the prior effort, we noted that we needed a holistic and robust redesign to be discussed with stakeholders, and that's what we're striving towards here. But thank you for the feedback. Okay, I don't see any other hands. I think that I will stop this deck here, and we'll pass it on to our stakeholders from CISA that will be presenting. And thank you very much for joining us, for taking us up on the opportunity to present and making the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Sergio. Don, just doing an audio check with you. Go ahead.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Would you like to move your slides or like us to?
Oh, no, I can tell somebody to move it. It's fine.
Okay, we'll move it. Thank you.
And before I get started, I also want to sort of reiterate the prior comments that please don't interpret the fact that we put together a conceptual framework to say that we think there should be a wholesale elimination of bid cost recovery immediately. And I do share concerns that Kathleen raised in terms of some of the messaging around here that, you know, there are implementation limitations and complexities. And, you know, one thing that's really easy to eliminate or to implement is eliminating BCR for storage. And so I think what we've tried to show here is that there are reasons why you still need to have some sort of real-time make-whole payment. It may need to change relative to how you do it for conventional resources because storage is a little bit different, just like we talked about earlier. But we also need to do that within the construct of where we want to take storage going forward, because it's going to be the predominant dispatchable resource to manage the grid. And we want to make sure that we're putting together the rules for how we're going to, in essence, transition to that new world. And we've gotten there quicker than I think anybody expected. But we need to be thinking about how we want that new world to operate. And that's why I agree, things like scarcity pricing is a key element. I think you'll also look at our discussion around the ancillary services state of charge, that AS co-optimization may be actually a very important element if you're going to use storage to basically manage the whole grid. So with those opening remarks, I'll just jump into my material and see where it goes. Next slide, please. So again, we'll talk through the conceptual framework. It's more just to understand the way we need to sort of think about the intertemporal issues of real-time make-wholes, and then comments on the ancillary services data charge constraint. Next slide, please. This is the board of directors. You can see we've all of the major players in storage are on the board. And if you move to our next slide, you know, we're a broad membership of storage related resources, as well as some of the CCAs, for example, follow along with our stuff. Next slide, please. So I already hit on this a little bit. You know, we're not putting out a proposal. There's lots of details to come up with the proposal. You know, bid cost recovery isn't simple. Ideally, we'd like to come up with something simple here, but we shouldn't set ourselves up for that expectation. And just a caveat that, you know, our positions may change as the design is developed by CAISO. Next slide. So, you know, we continue to recommend that we need to have this holistic review of storage and how it's actually participating in the real-time market. And that's beyond just bid cost recovery. And it's also, you know, looking at the new products and how those are going to interact as well. And I said this, I think, in comments on the original BCR changes when we addressed the, you know, a real issue with regards to the ability to inflate BCR payments. That, you know, we really need to think through this in terms of how we want it to do in the future. And it really reminds me of when the variable energy resources back in mid-2010 started to be larger and larger and larger portions of the fleet. And we eliminated the participating intermittent resource program, which required real-time self-scheduling. And a lot of VERS, you know, really protested that and were concerned about it. Now, you know, 15 years later, pretty much, can't think of many VERS that don't try to economically participate. And then one of the key reasons why they weren't economically participating before is because they couldn't. They didn't have the ability to actually construct a bid curve. And so with the introduction of a 15-minute market and updating the 5-minute, updating the upper economic limits based on the forecast on a 5-minute basis, that enabled the ability for VERS to, in essence, help with their integration. And I think we're at that point now with regards to the amount of the storage fleet that's on the system that, you know, we developed a non-generator resource model a long time ago, and all we've really done is put Band-Aids on it versus thinking through how we really want it to work. And that piecemeal approach, I would note, has caused us to have to react to things that were was completely an unintended consequence because we just sort of rushed through it. So, you know, like I would say the ancillary services state of charge constraint was a great one. It's like, oh, whoops, we realized this could blow up BCR. So now we immediately have to go to FERC and get it exempt from BCR. And we'll talk about it briefly at the MSC and file tariff language the next day. Or we look at the impact of putting the regulation attenuation factors and how that completely messed up pricing for under the regulation under the initial implementation. So again, we're continuing to reiterate the need to have sort of a consolidated list of all of the storage modeling constraints and how they're enforced in each of the markets. You know, the IFM, the RUC, those become very important as we add the imbalance reserves and reliability capacity products. We also need to understand how it's modeled in FMM because it's modeled differently in FMM than it is in RTD. And understanding that will help us figure out what changes we need to do to basically get storage to be able to participate exactly how we want it and believe that it will in terms of meeting the reliability needs of the grid. Next slide, please. So I think we've already highlighted this, that you know, there are market shortcomings that do necessitate the need for some sort of a make-whole mechanism because they're completely outside the control of the storage operator. So we know the horizon doesn't extend till the end of the day. We know there's not a full reoptimization of ancillary services. You know, it's well documented that multi-interval optimization can lead to out-of-merit dispatches. There isn't the ability to update bids within the operating hour, so it's hard to reflect the state of charge at the end of a 2-hour period when you're coming up with the bids that far in advance. But I'm sure there's other ones people could bring up. But the other thing I think to remember is everyone thinks uplifts are bad, and they're not necessarily bad because they actually provide information, and it's that information on uplift costs that can really help prioritize where we focus and what we work on. I think that's very similar to the comments that Callie was bringing up earlier. Is we want to monitor and understand how these are impacting, because you know uplift is a sign that you've got a shortcoming in the market, and so you want to find a way to minimize it. You can't eliminate it, and you shouldn't do things like. You know, my fear would be if we just did the approach where it's like, you know what, it's too complicated. Let's just eliminate real-time BCR for storage. And all of a sudden now we've lost all the information about what the impact of these real-time market design shortcomings are in terms of their magnitude of impact. Brenda, are you able to watch to see if people raise hands or anything like that in terms of? And
yes,
so
far no hands.
Okay.
No problem.
Yeah, so if anyone else on the call, feel free to interrupt me at any time. I'm not waiting for natural spots to pause for questions. Next slide, please. So this was something that I found interesting, and I may be misinterpreting the data, but these are from the Daily Energy Storage Report. And I was kind of shocked, and I just sort of randomly grabbed some of these. This is the system-wide state of charge, and it compares the IFM, RUC, FMM, and RTD. And you can see on June 3rd, that actually looks like what I thought you'd see, sort of a convergence between the SOC between day-ahead and real-time. But in many instances, it looks like the SOC is really being managed through the real-time market more so than the day-ahead market, which was surprising to me. And I do believe the IFM and the RUC are overlapping each other, which is why you only see one line, because we still haven't implemented where storage can go in and get re-optimized in RUC. But really, if this is the case, that there is this systemic need to use the real-time market to manage the state of charge, then you know we need to spend a lot of time making sure we're getting that right. And it also means that a make-whole payment is appropriate because you're doing that in the real-time market where we know that there are shortcomings that aren't in the day-ahead market, where you optimize over the 24-hour horizon where all of the hourly intervals are financially binding. And so, you know, that's why I think people look at it and say there's no need for BCR in a day ahead time frame, because the only thing that could occur is an energy opportunity cost sort of not materializing correctly because you didn't have visibility out into the future, but you don't have that in day ahead. Next slide, please. And so, you know, the current real-time bid cost recovery, I think we know that it was designed for conventional resources that have lumpy commitment costs, you know, startup and minimum load. And storage doesn't have those, and which are big drivers of the need of bid cost recovery payments. But they do have exposures to energy shortfalls, which is an element that's included in the bid cost recovery. And I think the other thing that's interesting, and I think this is what I was trying to get at in putting out a conceptual framework, is that the cause of the revenue shortfall doesn't actually occur in the same interval where the action occurred. And so that's why that sort of intertemporal issue is interesting. And then also the day ahead charging and discharging schedules, they really aren't decoupled from those make whole payments, because as we've seen, that the SOC differences can lead to that forced buyback and sellback. So there is an interaction actually with the forward schedules that doesn't really play as much for conventional resources in BCR. But that being said, that doesn't mean that you, just because storage is different, that you don't want to provide a make whole payment in real time so that you can incentivize participation, because we don't want storage basically coming in and self-scheduling all of their day ahead awards, and not being available for you know, managing the intra-hour ramps, for example. And I would note that the storage report that DMM put out the end of June, I believe, they actually highlighted that the EIM entities, while they have energy storage, they're predominantly just base scheduling them and not actually having them be dispatched by the EIM. And I think that, you know, that's an illustration that some parties are not looking to have the storage resources re-optimized in real time, which, you know, that's the sign that we've got something we need to fix, because I think we want all of those to be in there. And, you know, with the introduction of imbalanced reserves, a lot of that's going to need to have a energy offer on it that it previously did. So we're going to want to make sure that we've got the real-time market working for storage the way we want. Next slide. So this is this gets back to, I think, the initial sort of comments in terms of you know, how you can determine whether there should be a make whole payment or not, and it's based upon who caused what. And so if the storage operator caused the issue, then you would want to not have them eligible for a make whole payment. And so that's things like bidding inconsistent with real-time conditions. If you have outages, if there's material uninstructed deviations, then yeah, we don't want to give a make whole payment for those. But if it's caused by the CAISO market, then you should be eligible. And so if you're bidding consistent with real-time conditions, then, and you're dispatched differently than your day ahead, and that ends up with a shortfall over the course of an entire day, they should be made whole, because they were participating exactly the way that we would want them to participate. And then lastly, you know, having a policy decision, even though we got FERC to agree to not have BCR payments for when the ASSOC constraint is binding, but that's a policy decision. And if you make policy decision that says, hey, we're going to maintain the ASO awards on storage resources at all costs in the real-time market and not simply no pay them, I think that's a policy decision that you're in essence, you're saying you probably would want to do a make whole payment on that to the extent that the resource is short, because the policy is I'm going to maintain them at any cost. Any questions or anything? All right.
Nope, no questions.
Jump to the next slide, please. And so, the real question you then have to ask yourself is, how do you determine whether storage is bidding consistent with real-time conditions? And I think this is the big, this is sort of the big policy decision you'd need to make as you sort of try to address that issue. Now, the following slides in this conceptual framework is just focused on whether you're bidding consistent with the real-time conditions and not any of the other, like outages or that sort of stuff. But and so the default energy bid, which is calculated by CAISO and DMM, is there to ensure that you get your variable cost covered in the event that you have market power. And that includes the opportunity costs or an expectation of it. And so it is a cost-based bid that's inclusive of those real-time opportunity costs. So if you're bidding to charge consistent with your DEB, and then you get redispatched, or any dispatch you get in real time would be consistent with real-time conditions, and that creates a shortfall later in the day or a shortfall interval later in the day that is not covered by revenues earlier in the day, then we need to find a way to make the resource whole, because they participated exactly as we would have wanted. And likewise, the same on the discharging side, if you're bidding consistent with that. Now, what's key here is that there's not a requirement that you that the resource does it. It just means that if they don't bid consistent with the DEB, then that they're going to be not eligible for the make whole payment. But it's not a requirement that you have to participate this way. Next slide, please. And so I think there's some other considerations we need to take in sort of to determine whether that force back or sell back is actually eligible. Again, did it bid consistent with the DEB? Did it have a schedule beforehand? And did it actually receive an FMM dispatch? And I've on the next two slides, I've tried to put just a couple of examples to sort of show sort of the logic of how these would be and whether we would say that it's caused by the storage operator or caused by the CAISO market shortcomings. And so I do it for both the buyback and the sellback, but I have to agree, sellback stuff gives me headache in terms of getting the signs correctly. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. So let's look at some scenarios for a forced buyback. So if I don't have a day ahead schedule, and then I bid greater than the DEB, and then I'm actually dispatched to discharge, then the market is saying, look, it's more valuable to me now than the opportunity cost later in the day. And to the extent that there's a shortfall later in the day, they should be eligible for a make whole payment to the extent that there's a shortfall. Now, if I'm bidding less than the actual DEB and I get dispatched to discharge without any schedule, then I'm as a storage operator, I'm eating into my SOC before earlier in the day. And to where the DEB would say I should be holding on, I should be holding on to it, not trying to get an energy schedule. And so that's probably in the camp of, hey, that's caused by the storage caused by the storage operator, and we don't want to do a make whole payment. Likewise, if you had a schedule to charge and you had a real-time charge bid that was higher than your DEB, and then they ended up not being scheduled to discharge or to charge, then there's higher value to leave that energy on the grid than it is to store the SOC. And if that ends up being a forced buyback later in the day, you should be eligible for a make whole payment because you bid consistent with the real-time conditions. And then likewise, if you bid the other way, you're not eligible. So Sergio, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Don. This has been great so far. I just wanted to maybe suggest if you could talk a little bit about the kind of hourly matching here to inform a little bit what being eligible or not might mean in the real time, just for the sake of, level setting with the stakeholders here. Thank you.
Right. Well, this gets back to, I think what you're alluding to is the comment that I made earlier, is that in 1 hour, you need to make the determination whether it was something was caused by the storage operator or not. But the shortfall is actually going to materialize later in the day. And I get to that on a subsequent slide where we say, okay, for every hour where I bid inconsistent with real-time conditions, that's 1 hour of forced buybacks that are not eligible for a make-whole payment. I mean, that's sort of the sort of the thought change that you would have in terms of doing a make-whole for storage. If we can jump to the next slide. And I'm not going to go through these ones. As I said before, talking about forced buyback and looking at the charging stuff, I get a headache pretty quick in terms of trying to figure out which direction the sign goes. But the logic's the same. If the state of charge is changed, consistent with real-time conditions, then you'd be eligible for a make-whole. If the state of charge is changed, but it's not consistent with the real-time conditions, then you wouldn't be eligible. Next slide. So this gets into to now where we start netting the shortfalls against the surpluses. And we left the daily netting in there. I think that gets at one of the incentives to where you're still going to want to not have that shortfall occur later on, because it's going to basically it's going to count towards revenues you've previously earned before you get a payment. So you're still incentivized to not just, for instance, bid the DEB necessarily. And so if you bid inconsistent and the SOC was reduced, then we go find the highest forced buyback shortfall and remove it from that daily netting. And if you do it for 2 hours, we go look for 2 hours. And so on. And then likewise, if you bid and your SOC was increased, which causes a forced sellback, then you go find the highest forced sellbacks for the number of hours that you did this. I would note that I think this would be actually a very good analytical exercise to occur, because I think this would answer the question of how often are the current BCR payments caused because storage is bidding inconsistent with real-time conditions, where you could look at resources that have high BCR payments and apply this logic. And I would just apply the logic on a 24-hour day period. Don't go into the complexities that I talk about in the note below. That hey, if you actually bid inconsistent in hour ending 24, that's going to impact the next day. But that creates a settlement complexity that would need to be addressed as you think through how to do this, and you could do some sort of monthly settlement or something. But I do think this would be a good exercise to look at resources that have received BCR payments and see if you applied this logic, what their bid cost recovery payments would have been. To answer the question, what is causing the BCR? Is it really not bidding consistent with real-time conditions? Let's jump to the next slide. Now I'm going to harp on the ancillary services state of charge constraint. Go ahead, Sergio.
Sorry, I was double muted. Maybe before we go to the ASSOC slides, I do have a question on the prior one, if we can go back one. I was wondering if you could share a little bit on could we go to slide 15, please? The prior slide. Thank you. I was wondering if you could share a little bit, and if this is covered later, that's fine, but you could share a little bit of how you would envision the DEB working a little in circumstance, right? Because we talk about the real-time dev initially. Here, it would seem that we would be looking at the consistency of the dev across the day as well. So I was wondering, for the purposes of, informing the discussion and trying to get other folks to ask questions or weigh in too, could you talk a little bit about how you envision dev working out, if it would need, to vary through the day somehow, if it would need to vary hourly, how it would need to be conveyed, etc. I think that would be very helpful. Thank you, Don.
Sure. I think if we're trying to cover the opportunity cost, I think you can have a single deb through that would apply through the day until it's updated. I think I didn't include that in this material here, but we had highlighted that some good information would be providing the real-time SOC for the system, or even zones, like what's the SOC in the northern part of the EIM, and what's it in the CAISO in the north and CAISO in the south, and what's it in the desert southwest. I think that would be good information, because if you start seeing the SOC of a system level getting out of whack, then what you would say is, oh, that deb has probably been too low in terms of representing the future opportunity cost, because it's consuming the SOC inconsistent with the historical ways that we would want to manage SOC. And so I do think that you could start with one, but if you started to see that system conditions have materially changed from the day ahead, then you would want to communicate that that deb has been updated. I would also note that this actually has a good feedback loop, that to the extent that there are lots of make-whole payments under this paradigm, then the argument would be the deb is too low. So that, if the deb was higher, we would have, and this gets back to comments that CISA's previously made, that we do have concerns that storage gets placed incorrectly in the bid curve, and that can cause issues here, and we wouldn't want that to happen. But that you would actually have information that was occurring and was problematic if you had the sort of make whole logic and you were tracking and seeing the associated uplift costs with it.
We do have a question from Ben Dawson. Let's go ahead and unmute him, Don. And Ben, also, please be sure to introduce yourself. Thank you.
Don, amongst others, this is Ben Dawson with the Department of Market Monitoring. Really quickly, did I just hear you say that you would prefer one deb across the day? And I have a couple follow-up questions, but.
Well, I think you would start there with one deb across the day, but you would update it if you think system conditions warrant the need to increase it. But that's just off the top
And can you help me think through how you're conceptualizing that, please? Because as you very well know, DMM has been pushing for the concept of an hourly deb. And so I'm curious, if you're looking for a general rate and then if system conditions change in the real time, it would then be updated, and how?
Yeah, I think a general that is updated, I think that's where my initial thinking is. I could see some logic having like a morning deb, getting ready for the morning ramp and the evening ramp. Maybe you could. I don't know if you need to go hourly. That seems a little over the top. But it also gets back to are you correctly positioned in the bid stack relative to the resources that are available in that given hour? So I could see that there. So let me just put it this way. I'm not wedded to either one. I think the key is that if we say that the deb is reflecting real-time opportunity costs, then if you're bidding consistent with that, then you should get a make whole.
Okay, yeah, that's great. So you think the deb should be based on a real-time opportunity cost?
Yeah,
And you
absolutely.
would be amenable to an hourly deb.
I don't know if you would need to go hourly. I think that might be overkill, and it may actually understate the true opportunity cost that you're trying to you may not want to be dispatched for like 6 or 7 hours. And so, that means you'd want to have that same high, like a high deb for that same period, so that you're not dispatched. You don't see
That's an opportunity cost. You're a 4-hour storage resource. You aren't going to be dispatched for 6 hours. You don't have that opportunity cost.
Well, the question is, but what, right? But if I use it up and then I can't get it back between the 2 hours that you wanted later, then I'm still short.
Yeah, and mechanically, this is something the ISO needs to think about. But in a theoretical realm, it's nice to hear you say that you think a variable deb.
I am not opposed to. I'm not opposed to a variable deb on any principle. I just think, from a practicality standpoint, it might be a little overkill. And I do think we'd want to cover instances where, look, you may not want them, even though I'm a 4-hour battery, you don't want me ever to be dispatched in a 6 or 7 hour window, because the probability that I could get that back even though I was dispatched, I'm a 4-hour battery, that I was dispatched in hour ending the first hour, that I can't get it back in the 7th hour.
I hear what you're saying. Yes, thank you.
We have a question from Callie Wells. Let's go ahead and unmute her. And go ahead, Callie, introduce yourself if you can.
Yeah, hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF. Hey, Don, real quick, like super clarifying question. So you keep like all these bullets talk about their bid being consistent or inconsistent with the deb. Can you clarify that for me? Are you saying that you're going to basically compare their bid to the deb and they have to be the same? Or is there a range around that? Or is it above or below? I'm just trying to understand what you mean by inconsistent with deb.
And that's where I try to get to those scenarios. It's basically above. So think about it. If I was bidding above the deb, didn't have a day ahead schedule to discharge, and was discharged, and then that created a shortfall later in the day, I bid consistent with that deb and consistent with reflecting the real-time opportunity cost. So it isn't a requirement to bid the deb. It's just using the deb as an agreed upon level at which we would all agree that we can make the determination if you're relative to that number, that you're bidding consistent with real time or not.
Gotcha. Just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Yeah. And again, there's no requirement that you would bid or participate that way either. It's just simply, we need to have a rule for eligibility for make whole payments. And it seemed like a logical point, since it's an agreed upon, methodology that we all agree that is reflecting real-time opportunity costs.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But yeah, I just wanted to confirm my understanding.
Perfect.
Thanks.
I do see Michael will pay. Let's go ahead and take him. And please be sure to introduce yourself. Let's go ahead and unmute him. Thank you.
This is Michael Volpe from CES. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Don. I just had a question related to, the DMM kind of really identified last meeting that the major driver is the positions when you have a day ahead schedule. And I was wondering if you feel confident that this framework would address the DMM's concern.
Yeah, no, I think that's why you go after the highest force buyback cost. I think that is sort of when I was thinking through this, was listening to DMM highlight that it's the revenue side, not the cost side, that they're worried about. That this actually tries to get at that at the revenue side that says, okay, let's go find the high, we'll go find the, let's say you bid inconsistent twice. Let's go find the 2 highest hours where there was a buyback and get rid of them from a netting standpoint. So it was trying to address that and to recognize that it really is that action that occurred, you know, an hour ending 10 that might have left you short in hour ending 20.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of like where I'm getting maybe a little confused by it, because it seems like if you were to isolate the I know it's not a proposal, but the framework to hours with a day ahead schedule, and the kind of the shortfall in SOC occurs in a different hour, then it's a little more complicated than just, you know, isolating it to the hours with a day ahead schedule.
I think what I think the key is when I said it's not I'm not isolating it to the days with the day ahead schedule. It's whatever. I think I see what your confusion is. Where I'm saying the forced buyback, maybe a better way to say it. If I would take the highest shortfall, yeah, again, this is just conceptual, but I think we could. That's something we could look at and think about whether we need to. If it is every single, if you have to have the day ahead schedule or you don't. But I think that's the real. I think the real logic here is recognizing that it's the action in 1 hour that impacts the shortfall in the second hour, and so we need to sort of find a way to isolate those. But that's a good question, Michael.
Thanks,
Sergio.
Yeah, sorry I'm cutting the line, but I just wanted to very quickly chime in on what Michael said, because I also agree with that point. I mean, I definitely feel like I'm following the conceptual framework. I see its value as a rule, an agreed upon rule to kind of determine eligibility or not of uplift by determining like who's driving the decision. I would say that from my point of view, similarly to what Michael was sharing, the fact that bidding inconsistently to your dev, regardless of whether it happens when there was a schedule or not, like if there was a schedule or not in that hour, it should have a consequence if it results in a shortfall in a subsequent hour. I guess that's how I would perhaps phrase it.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to share that as a plus one on thinking about that a bit. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and I think if you look at my previous examples, I did ones where they had a day ahead schedule and didn't have a day ahead schedule in terms of whether or not it would trigger this rule. I interpreted Michael's question as, do you need to go look at the forced buyback? Is it only a forced buyback interval, or should it just be the highest shortfall interval? That I thought that's actually an interesting thing to look at. Do you need to be that?
Okay.
precise?
Okay. I understand. Thank you for that. Okay.
Alva, you're next. Let's go ahead.
I was wondering, Don, this is more like this is Alva from PG&E. I was trying, based on sort of what you were saying with the DMM, I was wondering about the case where the sort of the hour sequence reverses and you actually are now looking at bidding in the hours where you are buying back. Are the incentives because you sold earlier, maybe sold it, and it turns out there's a possibility that you would lose money now because of what you chose to do earlier. You get to the buyback hours. Do you have an incentive to bid honestly in those hours, or does this create a situation where you want to force the buyback in order to get the additional cost recovery?
I think that was addressed, Alva, with the changes that we put in previously, where you can't. And this is why it would have been so nice to have actually had it implemented to see if we saw other behavioral changes. Once people saw how their BCR payments changed by putting in the rule where you couldn't inflate your make whole payment on the cost side. So I think that you would maintain that similar logic so that you can't use your real-time bids to basically get paid more than if you had actually delivered your day-ahead schedule.
So you would define the concept of consistency would be defined differently in those hours, because you're saying if you bid above the DEB in those hours, you're considering that to be something that's not eligible for BCR.
Well, if you actually, we'd need to think through that one. I was thinking more of the example where I don't have the SOC because let's say I discharged earlier. I had 6 or 7 hours to get it back, and I never got it back because the prices never got consistent. I wouldn't then want you to be able to inflate your BCR payment by bidding, lower in the hours that you should discharge. And if you did that, I think you would. That's where the previous rule, the new rule, would have triggered and not inflated that BCR.
Well, bidding lower would allow you would not get you bid cost recovery, but bidding above the DEB could get you bid cost recovery.
Right. But I don't know if you need to do. But you're asking me, should I do that in the interval when I had the day ahead award?
That's right. Yeah, it gets to whether the DEB is the same value in that hour too. I just wanted to pose that as a problem, not to get you to answer it on the spot. I just I think because it's a 24-hour calculation, it's not going to necessarily be visible. The sequence of it isn't necessarily the essential part of your calculation. It's the matching of the hours. So
no, like I said, there's lots of details if we went down this path, but I think the key thing I wanted to highlight is that we do need to think about it a little differently.
I think the concept makes obviously we've echoed your comments, and I think the concept makes a lot of sense.
There's no more questions, Don, for you at this time.
All right, let's jump to the next slide. So this is one where I think the way that we're enforcing the ancillary services state of charge constraint actually holds storage to a high cost that, in essence, if they've provided AS, that they need to be able to maintain that at any cost. And ideally, you would, if it becomes unavailable because they were bidding consistent with real-time conditions, that you would actually no pay that versus subject them to potentially a very high shortfall cost. And if a conventional resource goes on outage, they're subject to no pay. They're not subject to buying back at the real-time price or anything like that. And so storage could end up paying way more than what the ancillary service revenue that they actually received, because it forces an energy schedule. And I really think that the purpose of the ASSOC constraint should really be to ensure that you don't give infeasible aggregate awards, which in the real time would mean an incremental AS award that's infeasible with the current SOC. And so since we don't have the full reoptimization, you're actually having to hold fixed those AS awards and move other things around. And I think a better way to do it would be, let's identify when the ASSOC constraint is binding out in the advisory intervals, and then rescind that AS award and go buy it from somebody else. And one way that you could potentially do that is to use that energy price is the price at which you would relax the AS award. And I would note that if you actually had a full reoptimization of AS in both the 15-minute market and the real-time dispatch, then this formulation would make a lot of sense, because it would do exactly what we would want the optimization to do. It would say, is it cheaper for me to charge this battery to maintain this ASO ward, or is it cheaper to buy AS from another resource who can provide it? And what that does, that happens because you can move all of these variables. You can move the energy schedule, you can move the AS schedule. The fact that you can move all of those around in the optimization would allow you to get the most optimal solution in real time and better manage the overall storage fleet and the non-storage fleet as well. So I think we should look at modifying this to say, hey, let's just no pay it. Let's go find some other resource toward it. I think it would actually should even help in terms of the viability of the AS, because again, I think the ASSOC constraint works fine if you're looking at incremental AS awards. It's when it's basically you're forcing the market to re-optimize, but the only thing you can move is the energy schedule. And then when we move one slide, I think that next slide is my last one, I believe. Oh, this was just a great slide that I saw CAISO presented at the last board meeting, where they looked at the clusters and what's the interconnection queue coming online. And, you know, this really makes the key takeaway that it's batteries and solar that's planned to come on. And so it's batteries that are going to be managing the system from a dispatch standpoint. Next slide. So in summary, you know, CESA does support quickly addressing some of these obvious issues that we talked about earlier today on the OMS, the SOC definition, not allowing hybrids to bid above 1,000. But we do need to think about this in broader terms. And so we don't want the conceptual framework that we put out here to be misinterpreted that we would support continued piecemeal changes to the storage model and storage participation rules in real time, like it's been done in the previous ESDR initiatives. We think we need to look at the whole thing holistically, understand how it's actually participating, see if there's actually modeling issues that are limiting the effectiveness in terms of how the real-time market is managing them. And you know, the AS reoptimization is a good example. That may be something that would actually be a higher priority if you moved through, if you realize that storage is going to be the big provider of both AS and imbalance energy in the real-time market. So I think again, we continue to advocate for the holistic review. Can't wait to finally see where we see the actual constraints by market. We've been asking for that a while. Would really appreciate that. And so with that, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Don. I do have one question, I think, in queue for Kathleen before we wrap up. Kathleen, go ahead.
Thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. I had a clarifying question back on the ASSOC. Well, a question, and I also wanted to say, Don, to CESA, I really appreciate the way you've framed how the ASSOC is like impacting operations and how there might be a more efficient way for like market benefit of reevaluating that. I think that was helpful and that was insightful for me as I was listening. So I wanted to thank you for that. My question though is maybe pushing us one step farther in developing the conversation, and I'll fully acknowledge that I had punted in Vistra's comments to touch on this because I think it is the next step and it's a little bit more complex, but let's see if you've thought about it. I was wondering how you see the envelope equations fitting into that same kind of overarching framework. And if you had any thoughts on that yet, just to help us kind of continue making progress on the conceptual framework with that in mind. Yeah.
Sure. These are my personal opinions. I haven't talked about this broadly with the CESA membership, so take them as my personal opinions. I am not a fan of attenuation factors. I think that they introduce a greater level of uncertainty than the good that they do. And if we think about you know, a lot of these, especially the imbalance reserves and the flexible ramping product, those are deferred energy products. They're not capacity in the traditional way that we think about capacity, and shouldn't be treated that way. They need to be treated more like energy. And so I am afraid that attenuation factors will undermine price formation of imbalance reserves. That we really want that clean, and we've struggled with this with FRP2. You want a real clean calculation of the opportunity cost, because what we want, what we should always be striving for is to ensure that people are incentivized to follow the dispatch. Or said another way, they're not given opportunities where they could deviate from their dispatch and it'd be profitable for them, that we need to put in rules that prevent them from doing it. I'd rather do it the other way around. And so, you know, if I'm scheduled for energy day ahead, or I'm scheduled for imbalance reserve up day ahead, I should receive the same, I should have the same profit whether I was done either one. And that's what that to me is why it's sort of they're unique products, imbalance reserves and FRP. And one thing that is good is you do actually have a deviation settlement between imbalance reserves and FRP. So you actually have the ability to do that reoptimization that we don't have the problem that the ASSOC problem has, at least for those two, the energy and the imbalance reserves FRP products. So
that's really helpful. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were thinking that those products, like, so let's say no envelope equation in a world like that, if it would be added to no pay, or if the deviations are sufficient. And recognizing you maybe don't have a view yet, we're still thinking about it. This is a nascent convo, but I do appreciate hearing you tease that out a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the deviation is appropriate, which actually gets to this to why the AS reoptimization would be such a significant improvement as well, because then you would be exposed to the real-time process prices, and the optimization would be able to move your FRP awards, your energy awards, and your AS awards so that it could manage it at the optimal levels based upon your real-time state of charge, independent of what you actually had day ahead. Because yes, you're exposed to those deviations, but if you co-optimize all of them and all of those variables can move around, then that's going to give the best answer to the storage resource in terms of, hey, your SOC is different than day ahead, but this is the most efficient way to redispatch you to recognize that.
Thanks, Don. That's really helpful. And I wanted to share that I was fully noting Vistra's proposal or conceptual framework is way more radical. I did hear, as I listened to your presentation, just some areas of at least common interest. So that's making me feel positive that there might be kind of more of a common, at least principles across stakeholders, as if we can continue talking about this stuff. I wanted to tease out just one maybe difference and the reason for it, which has to do with, you know, Vistra says conceptual framework would get rid of mitigation because that's one of the primary causes of an uneconomic award, and removing that, then we feel that there would be less need for BCR if you remove that in the ASSOC and relied on no pay more. What I hear in CESA's proposal hinges on bidding consistent with real-time conditions, which is core to our interest as well, not being overly limited through a mitigation design that is inaccurately representing real-time conditions. I just think I'm struggling to hear receptivity from maybe the designer side of actually working on that problem. So I'm losing confidence in getting to a reasonable SEB at some point. which just is one of the reasons I think our conceptual framework maybe went more radical in the direction that we went. But I did want to tease that out, that I think the core concept is what we are also trying to put on the table. And so I see more principle similarities. So thanks for the opportunity to clarify.
I think I agree with that, Kathleen. I think what I would just say is, if we saw lots of real-time make-whole payments, then that's on you, CAISO, to increase the DEB.
Yeah, it makes sense. Thanks, Doc.
Yep. But that also shows the importance of the feedback loop. Back to my one point, that uplifts, don't think of them always as bad. They actually help inform you as to whether you need to make tweaks to your market. Sergio.
I just wanted to chime in on Kathleen's comment referring to a commitment to review the DEV or consider modifications to it. That has been in scope in this initiative since the beginning. It's part of this topic group, and we are interested and committed in working on that. There's definitely a lot of topics that we're going through, and today's agenda and every agenda is a testament to that. But I just want to reiterate that so that there's no question, doubt, or hesitancy that is a point that we're interested in working through, and that we see, is very close to this particular issue as well. That's why they're bundled together in the same topic group. So thank you.
Okay, I think with that, Brenda, do you want to close this out? I believe, Don, you're finished, correct?
I'm done.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Dawn, for your presentation and those who were able to contribute in today's meeting. We also have a few updates here to share with the team about the next steps. And our next steps is that our comments are due by the end of August 28th, 2025. We definitely want to encourage those comments that were said during the phone line. I know a few folks were chiming in during the call about comments that they were planning to submit. So we definitely want to add those on there as well. So the whole ISO team that's reviewing this can review it in the right format. If you have any questions ongoing with the policy, with the initiative, feel free to email myself or the ISO Stakeholder Affairs at kaiso.com. We'll be reviewing that. I also provided a link with those 2 presentations posted, as well as a comment template that will be shortly posted within the next few minutes. We also have a upcoming list of stakeholder calls and meetings that are very important for maybe the stakeholders here today. The first one is the Demand and Distributed Energy Market Integration Working Group that's scheduled next week on Monday or Tuesday. And then we do have an upcoming training opportunity with DAME, EDAM, and EDAM CAISO BAA participation rules. And this is settlement focused, and it's also available on Monday for this one on the 18th. And then we do have another one, the day ahead market enhancements, that's going to be kicking off a working group on the 26th. And then we also have another training opportunity coming for the 20th. This one is also kind of encompassing a little bit of more information on the DAME extended day ahead market and EDAM ISOBA. So there's 2 on the week next week that you can kind of be part of. I know a few folks from the CPG community are also invited to come join that. We did cancel this month's customer and partnership group for CRs. So we look forward to seeing you at the next one with more updates, since it is on production at this point. And then the last update is the settlements BPM walkthrough EDAM access charge call on the 19th. This one's fairly new, and this one might include a few things from the extended day ahead market access change. And then lastly, but not least, the Energy Blog Matters. We have posted recently a few, as well, the training sessions that I just highlighted, as well, other articles referencing the AI support. And then lastly, the other one that we, a few months ago, the regional governance insights for 2025 regional issues. But we definitely thank you, everyone. I see Dinesh here, but we'll go ahead and conclude this call. We'll have this recording posted within the next few days, and then feel free to reach out to myself or our leads. We'll pass it along. But thank you so much, and we appreciate it. Thank you.